Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Yes, yes, yes. It's game day. Lakers, Kings. It's also the eve of Friday. And for a lot of people, this is your last full week. Your last full week of work. Christmas around the corner. After that, you got New Year's. So we're so close, people. We are so close. And we are going to get you there. Allen Stiles, the Allen Stiles Show. Sacktown Sports. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass for us today as we get you ready for Kings basketball, as we get you ready for Niners football, the NFL in general, Thursday night football. We also made it through a day with no sports. And that's where I think college basketball flourishes. There's always a college basketball game and a bowl game. Cal unable to get it done, but I thought it was a pretty exciting game. UNLV and Cal. Cal's third string quarterback going down. Second string was hurt. First string, obviously, in the transfer portal. So caught some of that game. Bowl games are happening. And the big bowl games are happening this weekend. We'll probably talk about that tomorrow. The first iteration of the college football playoff with 12 teams. It's going to be fun. I'm very excited. I was telling Kyle before the show, don't really get down as far as following college football. I couldn't tell you stats and details of players, but when it's on, I'm locked the bleep in, and I will be locked in this weekend. I'm also going to be enjoying myself. As I told you, Greg St. Jean, assistant coach for the Los Angeles Lakers, graduated with him. Shout out De La Salle. And we are, me and a buddy of mine, one of my best friends, we are going to do a little double date action and go to the Kings-Lakers game Saturday as fans. So I am very excited for that. But hopefully they will be doing it. The Kings will be doing it after a W tonight against the Los Angeles Lakers. We will have updates on Domantas Sabonis, on Kevin Huerter, on Trey Lyles, on Keegan Murray, because we got to figure out who's actually playing tonight. Okay, and it might turn into, this is what things are turning into here. It might turn into, man, it would be nice to sweep, to man, it would be nice to not get swept. But at the end of the day, injuries are injuries. Every team is dealing with them. How can we react and how can we maneuver through this season, understanding that there are expectations, but those expectations may change based on how the season goes and who's on the court. Who is on the court? So we will break all that down for you. Some of this stuff might come out as we get closer to the drive, guys, who, of course, will be in the building, rocking out and getting you ready for the pregame and game night and all that jazz.
Well, I can toss you one update real quick.
Okay.
So this is according to Jason Anderson of the Sac B. Trey Lyles is expected to return tonight. So that's one of the four.
So Trey Lyles, and that's what we guessed, right? So I think yesterday we said Trey Lyles, yes, and I don't even know if I gave a guess on the other three. I felt like it was not a great, it wasn't great that they didn't practice the day before. So I don't know. You never know with Sabonis. I feel in my heart of hearts that Keegan Murray isn't playing tonight, but that's just a feeling. Kevin Huerter, I truly have no clue because he was a partial participant. And Sabonis is tough simply because he's Domantas Sabonis. It's also his dad's birthday. So that's why I had mentioned that for Prop Talk, Kyle.
Happy birthday, Arvidas.
That's right. That's right. Just turned 60. So you know Sabonis wants to show out for that. But if he's not healthy, he's not healthy. So we will continue with those updates. Thank you for that, Kyle. We have an update coming out of Kings practice. And this is the second time now that Mike Brown has essentially challenged De'Aaron Fox. So what was it? Maybe a month ago, Mike Brown talked about, it was the don't get De'Aaron Fox, the De'Aaron Fox Hulk thing, right? Don't make De'Aaron Fox angry. And Mike Brown essentially said, hey, the greats, if that's how you get to that next level, you got to find a way to get there on your own because we need that version of De'Aaron Fox. We need De'Aaron Fox, and we need that version.
Nobody get me twisted.
Yeah, that's right.
We need De'Aaron Fox. We need N-E-E-D.
And not just De'Aaron Fox, we need that version of De'Aaron Fox, especially if you're not going to have Domantas Sabonis, Keegan Murray, and Kevin Huerter tonight. We don't know. We do not know. But whether you have him or not, we need to see that De'Aaron Fox more often. So that was the first thing he said, right? And then yesterday it comes out that Mike Brown is basically talking about the whole locked in thing, and guys need to be locked in, and it starts with De'Aaron Fox. You have to be locked in every single game, every single quarter, every single minute, every single second of every single quarter. And I thought it was interesting for a couple of reasons. The first reason I will say is that sometimes we've seen on the text line, the call line, Sack Chat, fans in general have talked about whether or not De'Aaron does look locked in all the time. Clearly, there is a moment where that PlayStation or whatever, the video game meme where he leans forward and he decides, okay, it's time to take care of business. So it does seem like there are times where De'Aaron is not as engaged as maybe he could be, and then he gets engaged and you see, man, why can't we have that De'Aaron all the time? So kind of felt like Mike Brown was, in a way, and we'll play this down here in about 7 minutes, it kind of felt like Mike Brown was essentially confirming what a lot of us feel like we see sometimes. But Mike Brown was using it under the guise of, this is everybody, it just starts with De'Aaron Fox. Meanwhile, you have De'Aaron Fox talking about, hey, we got to make sure there's a contender around us. That's I want to stay here. I'd love to stay here, but we have to be winning at a high level. So I understand, and I do believe that two things can be true, but could there be a little bit of, I don't want to say anything that would be misconstrued as an issue, but you have one person saying, hey, De'Aaron needs to step up, essentially. You have De'Aaron saying, well, the team, the roster needs to be stepped up. I just feel like there's something there, and winning solves all, and they had been winning, and then they go up against a Jamal Murray and an elite team in the Nuggets. Even if I don't think the Nuggets are going to be elite moving forward, you go, and that might make it worse. You go up against a good team with a couple elite players, and you're not able to get it done. And this starts the conversation. All right, are there other stars out there that would be getting it done at a different level? I'm not saying there is. What I'm saying is that this is the second time now in as much as a month or two where Mike Brown is saying De'Aaron needs to step up to some degree, and everybody else will fall in line after that. And you got De'Aaron Fox on podcasts talking about, hey, we need to make sure we're building a contender. This is kind of what we talked about yesterday. Now, I understand those things are not necessarily they're not the same, but they are also parallel. And I understand that this is all part of it. It's a business, but we're going to break down, like I said, in about 5 minutes, what that means for the Sacramento Kings and whether or not it's something to keep an eye on. And where do you fall on this? Do you like what Mike Brown is saying? Do you like what De'Aaron Fox is saying? Are they both right? Neither of them right? What's going on here? So we'll talk about that. Is the NBA in trouble? I know Dave had on Front Office Sports on the morning show, and there are a lot of conversations because you have Joe Mazzulla, right, from the Celtics saying, why is the offense a problem in the NBA? But as much as the NFL moves towards flag football, there's some big hits now and then. But the more NFL has moved towards flag football, the better their ratings have got. Now, I added in that Joe Mazzulla just talked about other sports wanting more offense, but the offense in the NBA is too much. Why is that? So we're still trying to figure out what's up with this NBA thing, how they can get back on the right track. And the other thing I saw is that it's not just the NBA, right? There are other sports, the NHL, college basketball. I understand the NBA feels like they should be in a different spot than the NHL and college basketball, but maybe there's something greater going on here, and people like to just focus on the NBA. Thursday Night Football, you got the Broncos doing their thing, and I don't really know what to do with the Broncos and Chargers. I think the Broncos are better. So Broncos at Chargers, it'll be an interesting game. I'll be at the Kings game, so I'll have it fired up on the old laptop to see what's going on there. Bo Nix and Justin Herbert. Bo Nix, look, is he having the best rookie? I mean, it's Jaden Daniels, but he's definitely number 2. Are you impressed with Bo Nix? So we'll talk about that later in the show before we get you ready for the Kings Lakers, which we'll be talking about throughout the show. And last but not least, the Niners. I know Whitey talked about it a little bit on the Drive Guys. The Niners and their path to the playoffs. One does exist as of right now, but they can win out. It really doesn't make a difference. They need a lot of things to happen. That can happen. And as we talk about the Niners' path to the playoffs this season, we talk about the seasons moving forward with Brock Purdy and how much money you should give Brock Purdy. Steve Young, the great lefty quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. Steve Young was on the Dan Patrick Show talking about who he would put Brock Purdy in the same category as, and I'm curious if that will be seen as a slight to Brock Purdy or if it's just the reality of the situation. All right, Mike Brown speaks candidly on De'Aaron Fox at practice, ... Again, in about 3 minutes, we got that audio for you. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Tonight, Kings and Lakers. King night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacktown Sports 1140.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Your flagship station for the Bean Team, Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Like I keep saying, we are so close. This is our last full week, people. We made it. It's Thursday. You know how I feel. Just get past Tuesday, and it's all good. All right? You're going to be having your Christmas meal, Kwanzaa meal, Hanukkah meal, whatever it is next week very soon. I got to put my sister on blast real quick. We're about to get to this. We're about to get to this Mike Brown audio. So this is what's going on. So obviously my family is in the Bay Area, which makes things a little bit tougher now during the holidays because I guess toddler Styles, not baby Styles. Whitey says I can't call her a baby anymore. Toddler Styles, she is a little bit particular when it comes to sleeping. She used to just, when they're babies, they'll sleep anywhere. They don't care. We took her up to Oregon for a wedding. Don't care. Now she's kind of on her diva swag, and she won't sleep if it's not her bed. We just moved, and it was her bed, but it was a different room. She was kind of tripping for a couple nights. So we are very scared to take her anywhere because the sleeping, we took her to Tahoe, awful. We take her to my mom's, awful. Okay, it's just terrible. So that kind of throws a wrench into, hey, we're there Christmas Eve, and we'll stay there, and we'll do Christmas morning, whatever. So my little sister for Thanksgiving, we go out there for Thanksgiving, and I don't know what possesses her. I really don't. And I'm a very traditional guy when it comes to my Thanksgiving meal and my Christmas meal. Just like they tell us in radio and in TV, when in doubt, just play the hits. Okay, just play the hits. My little sister, a couple years ago, she tried to do some weird stuff with the mac and cheese. Okay, my wife normally makes the mac and cheese. She finds some weird recipe. We'll give her a chance. Not feeling it. You're annoying me now. It's got mushrooms and weird stuff.
Gosh.
Okay, That was strike one. All right. Thanksgiving comes around this year. She says, hey, I'm taste testing this new stuffing that I have. Trust me, Allen. And we go way back from we'll do chopped battles of Food Network. We've done those. We've had some fun. So it's a little bit of a rivalry here. Allen, trust me, this stuffing is trust me, Allen, it's gonna be banging. I said, okay, fine. We go to Thanksgiving again with the mushrooms and the weird stuff, and she claims that the ingredients, her husband didn't get the right ingredients. So now we're at strike two. So originally we were just going to go out there for Christmas Eve, and we were going to do our, first Christmas in the house and all that jazz, Christmas Day. Now they're coming to Sacramento because I've roasted my sister so bad, saying, I think you're trolling me and you're purposely messing up meals and then sending me good meals that you make for your husband because you're doing some weird little sister trolling. I've roasted her so bad. We have to go out there for Christmas Eve. Then they are driving out here for Christmas Day just so she can prove that she can actually cook a meal.
Oh, just so your sister can check you?
Literally.
So it's just, if I got this right, on Christmas, it's just the five of you, being your sister, her husband, and the three of you.
And my mom.
Oh, and my mom. Okay,
yes.
so 6, so including baby Styles.
Exactly. So they're coming up, and she's like, no, I made this braised beef, and trust me. So now I'm waiting for, I couldn't use red wine, so I had to use prune juice or something nasty like that to ruin it, but I'm giving her a chance. Is
she the one insisting that she cooks in front of you so that you know that this is how she's making it?
I don't know, but if you're gonna come up for NBA Christmas, you better come correct, or you're really gonna tick me off. Now, if you get strike 3, you will never make a meal for me on major dates again. No Christmas, no Thanksgiving, no birthday,
or at least a timeout. We're gonna need a timeout.
You're cut off, and don't send me nothing that you're making at home in your house. Don't do it. All right. So I hope everybody get some good meals, and there's no mushrooms being put in anything. Ward is asking, do I use a sound machine for toddler Styles? Oh, I do. Oh, we do. But she just, if it's on the road, this is not my bed. This is not where I need to be. I'm not feeling it.
She's at the age where she's aware of her surroundings.
That's the problem. That's the problem. But I think we're almost over the hump there. By the way, real quick, shout out to Patrick Kilkenny. I was supposed to wait for after 10:30, but Patrick Kilkenny hit me up on Twitter. Want to give a shout out to his 2-year-old son, birthday today. Shout out Patrick, one of our very, very P0 loyal listeners. So shout out to Patrick. All right, Kyle, let's get to this sound from Mike Brown and what he is asking of De'Aaron Fox.
The reality of it is, it starts with me, it ends with me, but Fox has to step up. He's a great player on the verge of being a superstar. There are those guys, and there are the superstars that win at a high level. And part of his responsibility, starting with him, it doesn't excuse Domantas, that doesn't excuse Lamar, that doesn't excuse Malik, and even Keegan at a young age. It doesn't excuse everybody. But you have a lot of responsibility if you're that guy, and he's that guy. And he can't be a part of not being locked in. And he damn sure can't be a part of letting it go if we're not as a team. And so the pressure is on me, and the pressure is on him to go get it done.
I have a 4-hour show, and I honestly don't know if there is enough time to talk about every layer of what Mike Brown just said. Because it's not about what Mike Brown said. It's also about what we've been hearing from De'Aaron Fox. Mike Brown is saying De'Aaron Fox is that guy. He's on the verge of being a superstar. He's this, he's that, which a lot of those things he said last season. What I'm taking from this, and I'm not trying to start, like I said, we are the flagship for the Sacramento Kings. I'm not trying to start no drama. We hope to continue to have Kings players on here. The more the merrier. I'd love to have De'Aaron Fox on here. But it kind of sounds to me like Mike Brown possibly thought that he wouldn't, very similar to the team and how we're saying the same things over and over. We're around the team a lot. It kind of sounds like Mike Brown didn't really expect to be still having to say these things about De'Aaron Fox in the media this year. He's only, 26? He's about to turn 27, if I'm not mistaken. But Mike Brown said a lot of the same stuff last season, and I do believe that he didn't think that he'd be having to say the same thing this season. Now, I don't know what really to do with that because it's just my opinion and based on how I'm hearing it. But as this team is continuing to try to progress and get better, and Monty McNair can be held accountable, and Mike Brown can be held accountable, De'Aaron Fox as the number one is now starting to be held accountable. Luka's been held accountable before when they told him stop crying. What was that, last season that report came out? The team told him stop crying to the refs. He still does it, but I think he does it less, and then went to the finals. They told Luka, you need to step up. All these guys, they have been told at some point, I'm sure Ja's had conversations.
Oh, it's had to have had.
I mean, you know, whether you listen or not, and Ja's a little bit younger, a year or two younger than De'Aaron. But from what I'm hearing, it kind of sounds just this. Again, this is not what Mike Brown is just saying what he's saying. This is the second time now. He said you need to figure out how to fire yourself up. Now he's talking about you need to be locked in. I don't know if Mike Brown thought that he'd have to go into this season saying the same things about De'Aaron Fox that he said last season. That's what he said last season.
Yeah, our guy Brennan at 1 a.m. yesterday did a good film breakdown of kind of some of the stuff that Brown is probably talking about, like caught watching the ball, not going in for a defensive rebound, just little things like that you pick up on watching the film. And I think if you watch some of those plays, it does help supplement what Mike Brown is saying, because like you said, there's a lot you can dissect from what he said. There's a lot you can interpret from what he said. But if you look at it from the coaching perspective and some of the actual tangible plays that Brown's talking about when he talks about having that responsibility, it helps kind of understand a little better what he's specifically talking to De'Aaron Fox about, say, from the last game.
Let's continue the conversation on the other side. Like I said, there is a lot to dissect here. What do you want to see from De'Aaron Fox? Is there more that you want to see? Is there a problem with what Mike Brown said, saying it to the media? Do you have a problem with what De'Aaron's been saying to the media? Let's break it all down. Let's open up the phone lines, too. Like I said, we're almost through the last full week of 2024. Dang it. Allen Stiles, 916-329-1140.
Tonight, Kings and Lakers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Prepare for another round of fog for the Thursday morning drive. Expect to have some foggy conditions through about noontime. Some of that fog should lift later in the day with light winds. Highs today will peak in the upper 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
DC here, and if you've been thinking about a new car, don't miss year-end savings at Folsom Lake Kia. Hurry in for low payments and zero down deals with approved credit. Folsom Lake Kia, over 25 years, right here in Folsom.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 12/28, in-store only.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Seasons change, but if you hope to stay healthy, your body needs to stay active year-round, whether that's in the gym or on the trail or at work, and that's where the Good Feet store can help. Good Feet's personalized arch support system supports all 4 arches, relieving pain in your feet, knees, hips, and back. And Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Visit goodfeet.com for an appointment or stop in for a free fitting. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville, and in Reno on South Virginia Street.
The holidays are always a great time to get together with family and friends, but nothing beats the thrill of Stockton Honda's deals. During Happy Honda Days, find the perfect ride in person or online. With over 400 new Hondas ready to go, now is the time to buy at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Number 1 price based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company. Sold on report.
The holiday driving season is here, and my good friends over at Jiffy Lube have an awesome holiday oil change special going on right now. Get a full synthetic oil change starting at just $76.99 with a $33 off coupon online. That's right, starting at just $76.99 for up to 5 quarts of full synthetic motor oil with the online coupon. Go visit jiffylube.com right now, find a location near you, and get that $33 off full synthetic oil change coupon now. Most vehicles are covered, especially vehicles and diesel are extra. You got to show the coupon for discount. See the store for details. Happy holidays from Jiffy Lube.
The most wonderful time of the year has officially begun at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento. This is the sale you've been dreaming of, with holiday hits on every aisle. 12 full days of unbeatable prices on only the best Makita products in town, and much, much more. Free batteries with tools, free tools with batteries, and bare tools starting at just $99. So check us out at 6701 Power Inn Road in Sacramento, or shop our Christmas deals online at fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Better tools, better prices.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. It's Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Good Guys Heating and Cooling. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Quite that fresh. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
(916) says Dirk told Luka to stop complaining. It's from Esteban, but he uses a different word instead of complaining. Brandon Deitzman on the Sack Chat when I was talking about my sister and her ability to destroy the one part of the meal that she gets assigned to. I said, maybe she's trolling me. Brandon Deitzman said, is someone else with a sister? Probably. LOL. So I will keep everybody in the loop on how Christmas goes, because I'm telling you, she will be cut off. She will be cut off. Well, we are not cutting off any communication between Mike Brown and one De'Aaron Fox. I do wonder, as I get back into this conversation, we're going to open up the phone lines as well. I do wonder if they've talked since, or they've talked prior, or how often, like, something like this happens, right? Mike Brown says this. My assumption is he's already said it to De'Aaron Fox, but then the answer would be, well, then if he already said it to De'Aaron Fox, why say it in the media? Then if he hasn't said it to De'Aaron Fox and then he says it in the media, then I think you might say, why didn't you just say it to De'Aaron Fox? Just like we saw, and we'll see what happens with the Eagles, when Brandon Graham with the Eagles went on Philadelphia radio and talked about the A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts issues. A lot of people thought it was a bad look. A lot of people thought that it was something you should keep in house and a vet should know better. Well, the flip side of that was a lot of people saying, yeah, a vet should know better, and Brandon does know better. So ask yourself, why would he be saying it in the media? He's saying it because they've tried other things and it didn't work. And the Eagles go out, A.J. Brown balls out. We'll see what happens with them. It's just 1 week. They're dancing together. Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown, seems like things are headed in the right direction. So why would Mike Brown, if your issue with what Mike Brown said is him saying it to the media, I think I would ask myself, if I'm that person, why is he saying this to the media? Why isn't he just saying it to De'Aaron Fox? Because he probably already has. And he's probably said it a couple times. I mean, it ain't like this is their first loss. Okay? They're under 500. So it might be to the point where we've had these conversations with De'Aaron. We've had conversations with everybody about the stuff that we're messing up on, and it ain't working. So now if somebody asks me, because I'm the coach, why are we losing games or what needs to change? I don't really have another choice. I can't keep saying that. We get mad at coaches for saying, and players for saying the coach speak or athlete speak, where they just say, yeah, everybody's got to be better, blah, blah, blah. So now we have now we're seeing the real from Mike Brown saying, yeah, we think De'Aaron Fox is that dude. And he's not playing like it, and he's not giving that attention to detail. So it trickles down. Everybody has some accountability here, responsibility, but you're supposed to be the guy. And if you're not playing like the guy and giving the effort as the guy, that's a problem. And we're going to see it happen in other areas. So I'm assuming that Mike Brown has not only said this to De'Aaron Fox in private one time, I'm assuming that Mike Brown has said this stuff to De'Aaron a couple times, and he's not really sure what else to do. That's how I'm taking it.
Yeah, we got a second soundbite here of Mike talking about Fox and his coachability, and that clip is one of those that's like he's been saying it for years. The same point about it. We'll hear it in a sec, but it's like if De'Aaron is willing to be coachable, then it makes it easy for me to talk to 16th guy on the bench because our perceived superstar is the person who's getting coached the hardest, and that willingness to be coachable. And I've even heard Fox talk about it before, like on the post games and all that stuff. Like he's talked about this same point too. So I think to that point, there's been these communications before, because it's not the first time they've talked about Fox stepping up as a superstar.
Right.
But it's also not, it's like you said, it's now 12 months into saying relatively the same thing a few different times in different ways, every couple months or so.
And the other part of that is this. Everything we talked about yesterday with the Supermax and what's on the line, and even though De'Aaron didn't bring up the Supermax on the Draymond Green podcast, let's not act like that's not part of that as well. All of that leads to winning. And if you want to be all NBA, your team has to win. You are not putting up good enough numbers, De'Aaron, in a positionless all NBA to get all NBA with a team that is sub 500. Not even close.
Yeah, and there's an interesting well, I mean, we had the Supermax conversation yesterday, but there's an interesting setup where Fox is the superstar, but Domantas Sabonis is regarded as the more valuable player in Sacramento.
Right.
And so that's a unique dynamic because, like I said yesterday, talking about the Kings in the traditional who's the number one, who's the number two scoring option, it doesn't really work that way in an offense with a point center, because the point center is literally the center of everything that operates on offense. And we've talked for years about how Sabonis is a distributor first, but he can hit the shot. He got better with the 3-point shooting and the little elbow jumpers last year so that he had some sort of offensive threat, and that spreads out the floor. And there's just so many complexities that go into what the Kings are doing on offense that it sometimes can be myopic to just say, Fox, you're the number one. You have to be the guy. You have to go this. You have to go this, and the other, because that's not really the team that the Kings have put together.
So I'm not trying to turn this into a negative, not at all. As 916 saying, I love the fact that the organization is holding each other accountable. Transparency equals recipes for success, in my opinion. I understand that. There is also a level of, I don't know how De'Aaron is taking this. I don't know. I have no clue. I think that De'Aaron, when you do hear him and he talks about Mike Brown, and he's talked about Mike Brown, with the defense, and he's doing the best with what he's got. So, and everything that De'Aaron wants to bring to the table, and he's bleeping nice, and we get all that. So I don't think De'Aaron has a problem with it, but the timing on this to me is, if nothing else, coincidental. Yeah. Because you have the podcast coming out, and then right after the podcast comes out, Mike Brown is talking about, this is the current roster. So two things can be true. The roster probably needs to be better, but this roster probably shouldn't be under 500.
I'm going to say there's a non-zero chance that De'Aaron Fox hasn't even heard the clip that we just played right there.
You're saying you don't think he has?
I'm not saying he has or hasn't. I'm saying there is a non-zero chance that he just hasn't heard that clip that's gone around, because he's not on social media all that much, and who in the locker room would pass it around. But
I think he's heard it.
Regardless, the point you had before was correct. It's pretty coincidental to the comments that we talked about yesterday on Draymond's show, because I don't think those two things are really conflating. Mike Brown's talking more about on the court. De'Aaron Fox is more talking about contracts and extensions and roster construction. So I think we're talking about two different things there, but they obviously
are connected.
That's what I was going to say. They both go hand in hand.
Because, for me, as we had a conversation about the luxury tax stuff and whether or not you want to make a certain move or want to make a certain move that sets you into the luxury tax, then from the other side of it, it turns into, well, if we don't have a dude who's willing to give 1,000% each and every game, if it's my money and I'm the owner, I'm thinking, why am I going into the luxury tax if we don't have one of those dudes? So it's a chicken or the egg type deal.
Yeah, and this is where all those things become intertwined within an organization, right? It's the reason why front offices align themselves with their star players, and the reason why front offices align themselves with a coach is because they all are interconnected. DeMar DeRozan talked about it at his first press conference and has said it before. De'Aaron Fox is pretty much the reason why I'm here in Sacramento. Right. The conversations we've had and the sacrifices we're willing to make for each other's games are the reason why DeMar DeRozan joined the Sacramento Kings in the first place. When, we talked about it all offseason, a future Hall of Famer with good years still left in his career normally doesn't join the Sacramento Kings. So De'Aaron Fox is responsible for that, and that's a big part of what the roster looks like right now because of the sacrifices they had to make in order to acquire DeMar DeRozan. So all of these things do go hand in hand. It's just the specificity of timing of when Fox's comments with Draymond Green get talked about, and then Mike the same day has his press conference. I think that's more coincidental because Mike probably has gone back and looked at the film and done a film breakdown with the team at practice and is now like, here's what we talked about at film breakdown.
Let's get to that Mike Brown sound on the other side as he talks about De'Aaron Fox's coachability. We get to your calls, we get to your texts, we get to your Sack Chat. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Lakers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacktown Sports 1140.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. The winter months bring joy, but also with more rain and snow, unfortunately, more accidents. Over the last quarter century, thousands of Northern California residents have looked to Ashton & Price to be their root op with a law license to guide them through the storm of an injury claim. As always, we wish you and your family the safest and happiest of holidays. But if you need us, at Ashton & Price, we're here for you. So whether you've been naughty or nice, happiest holidays from Ashton & Price.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Hey, it's time to open up your calendar app for some incredible live events coming your way. This is the Sacktown Sports Live Events Calendar, bringing you the hottest shows in town. Kick off 2025 with country superstars Dylan Scott and Jackson Dean. They're hitting the stage at Thunder Valley on January 10th for a night of hot country hits. Again on January 11th, laugh until your sides hurt with comedy legend Bill Engvall. He's performing live at Thunder Valley, a show you won't want to miss. And the one and only Justin Timberlake is bringing electrifying energy to the Golden One Center on January 15th. This is your chance to see an icon in action. For a more intimate vibe, catch Bryce Vine at Ace of Spades on January 25th. It'll be an unforgettable night of alternative hip-hop. And finally, looking ahead to February 20th, Old 60 lights up Ace of Spades with their unique blend of rock and soul. Get your tickets now because these shows will sell out fast. For details and updates, visit sacktownsports.com. And stay tuned. This is your ticket to the best live entertainment in the 916, the Sacktown Sports Live Events Calendar.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I've had my all-electric SUV for a little more than a year, and I continue to love it day after day. In fact, me and my daughter, we were just on vacation not too long ago, and we rented a car while we were on the trip, and my daughter said, Dad, I like your car better. I turned to her and said, honey, you know what? I like it better as well, and I couldn't wait to get back home to my Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV. You know, at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, they are more than just a dealership. They're a partner you can trust throughout the entire ownership of your luxury vehicle. Whether it's a refined C-Class or a versatile SUV lineup, your perfect Mercedes-Benz is there waiting for you. Plus, right now, you can enjoy 3.24% APR for up to 72 months on certified pre-owned models on approved credit. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is your trusted partner in luxury and reliability. They've been doing it for more than 30 years. So head on down right now to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or online anytime at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
10:45. What's the earliest you can start eating lunch?
Already did.
Okay. I'm with you. You know, there is a place called Chubby Noodle in the Bay. and it was basically all you can eat. It's in San Francisco. All you can eat, pretty much Chinese food, and they claim it's a brunch, and it's all you can eat, all you can drink. You go there. I'm a little old for it now, but we went, I think, last year to celebrate getting this job. And yeah, I mean, you're basically eating Chinese food at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
And it's awesome.
For sure. Lunch is just second meal, okay? Eat it whenever you eat it. I've learned to eat at weird times working in this whole job.
That's right.
Sometimes I eat dinner at 4:30. You know, lunch is just your second meal.
Positionless meals, you know?
Positionless meals. As long as I get 2,000 calories, I'm good.
There you go. 916-339-1140. Well, there are some pounds being put on this conversation and a lot of weight being put on this conversation that Mike Brown has had with the media and the conversations that De'Aaron Fox had with Draymond Green and others. He said the same thing. It's not as if anything is changing. And Brandon, we see you to kick off the phone calls for today's show, 916-339-1140, if you want to be a part of the conversation. Did want to get to this sound from Mike Brown as he talked about De'Aaron Fox needing to step up. He's also talking about De'Aaron Fox's coachability as a superstar. Here it is.
I mean, he gonna look you in the eye, and he gonna take it, and he gonna try to respond, and that's also what superstar does too. You know, because if I can coach at the end of the day, if De'Aaron don't want me to be here, I'm not gonna be here, man. So, okay, all right. I understand this is a players' league, but the same breath, that's what the chance that I gotta take. Not only push him, but everybody else, but especially him. Because if I can push him and he responds to it the right way, okay, he allows me to coach them. Then when I coach anybody else, it ain't much to say. Because I'm going at him more than I'm going at the other 16, 17 players on the team.
This is just being very, very open. Mike Brown is. And to me, it doesn't sound like this isn't something that he knows is going to go well or not, right? He's saying if he doesn't want me, he's either going to take this information and we're all going to get better. If he doesn't want me here, I'm not going to be here. I mean, this is some pretty eye-opening stuff here as we are, game 26 in December. Christmas hasn't even happened yet. And it feels like Mike Brown is, I don't want to say to his wit's end, but saying, I'm letting it sing right now because I don't really have anything else. And he's in the first year of he's actually not in the first year of his new contract yet. This is, I don't know, man. This feels like their backs are up against the wall. And Mike Brown is saying, we're going to get to a point where it's either him or me. And most of the time, the organization is going to choose him. We don't know because of what De'Aaron has been saying. But am I tripping for thinking this is kind of a huge deal?
A little bit.
Okay.
I don't think it's a huge deal because Mike Brown has talked about this before. And also he's just kind of rephrasing the old Greg Popovich adage. And obviously Mike Brown was an assistant coach with the Spurs for all those years. But he's kind of just rephrasing the old adage that Popovich brought up, which is Tim Duncan's willingness to be coachable was the best quality Tim Duncan had of all his, two-time MVP, 5-time champion, Hall of Famer, all that stuff.
Right.
His willingness to be coachable and his willingness to not, clap back at the coach is the number one reason he attributed for why he's been able to stay in San Antonio for as long as he had. And this is just that old adage in reverse, which is, if Fox accepts me and Fox accepts my coaching, I'm going to be here for a very long time.
But there's a difference between being coachable. Coachable isn't just not talking back, right? Coachable is actually doing what the coach is asking you to do. And I think Mike Brown is essentially telling us he doesn't know whether that's going to happen or not.
Yeah, and it's listening is the bigger thing too, right? If a lot of the words fall on deaf ears, I'm not talking about it for Fox. I'm just talking about a general example. If your words fall on deaf ears, then there's not much you can do at that point as a coach because a willingness to evolve and willingness to be coached often goes a long way in any sort of job, but specifically in basketball where, there is a defined coach of a team and those job descriptions are pretty clearly outlined. And also, Mike Brown said a couple weeks ago, talking about adversity, he's like, I've been to the finals with LeBron, Steph Curry. I've coached Kobe Bryant. I've coached with Tim Duncan. I've coached with, all the greats of the NBA of the last 20 years. And this is kind of the same adage, right? Is maybe Fox isn't Kobe Bryant right now, but he's our Kobe Bryant in the sense of he's the leader. His voice carries weight. He has influence on both the locker room and the organization. So even if he isn't that player, Mike Brown's been around the block long enough to know who is the person with power over the locker room and who's the best player who has influence over the organization. I would say Domas has the same, just Fox has been here literally for 8 seasons now.
Mike Brown is saying this. Mike Brown is telling us this is how I'm approaching coaching De'Aaron Fox, and I don't know whether it's going to work or not, but this is what I believe has to be done in order for him to take the next step and in order for the team to take the next step. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Brandon. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Brandon? How you doing? What you got for us?
Happy early holidays, guys.
Same to you. Same to you.
And great job killing it all 2024.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Real quick, I had to get a laugh in before I get to my statement about the Kings. I have that holiday issue going on, too, with the food.
Okay.
My in-laws, they want to run back Thanksgiving pretty much and do turkey and ham. I just think that's against the rules.
Yeah.
I'm a prime rib Christmas Eve kind of guy. So we've been kind of battling about that.
No, that's because you have class. That's because you have class, Brandon. That's right. Prime rib on Christmas because you have a great palate. That makes sense to me.
Man, that's when you bring out the big stuff.
That's right.
So here's my thing with the Kings, and I think you guys are saying all the right things. It's year 8 for De'Aaron, and if you're going to hold the team accountable, saying we want to see what we do, then you got to be able to be held accountable yourself. And I think that's what Mike Brown's doing. But I just think we do have good character guys. That's why he can coach these guys and talk out loud to the press and this and that. And they usually, they don't ever attack each other over it. But I think we are missing that internal voice on the team. Mike Brown's really the only guy that's won. He's done it before. And you look at a team like the Warriors, I can't stand the guy, but that's why Draymond gets contracts, and that's why he is who he is, because he holds Steph Curry, Klay Thompson when he was there accountable. And, last year it seemed like JaVale McGee was the guy doing that. And this year, I don't know who that is. So maybe when we're looking for who to add, what to add, maybe that's something we got to kind of throw in the mix too, is we need a player who can actually be a voice to hold these guys accountable. So it's not just Mike Brown year in, year out saying the same things.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Brandon. Great stuff as always. And again, happy early holidays to you. Hope you get that prime rib. You put your foot down, Brandon. It's in-laws. Put your foot down. All right? This is my house. Or if you go to their house, it's your house, but it's my meat. All right? You need some prime rib.
It's your house, but it's my meat.
It's your house, but it's my meat. Great call as always, Brandon. And now we're getting closer to the dog conversation, right?
Yeah.
But Jay Crowder, I think he's a dog, but you bring these guys in, and I know it's kind of just a one-off deal. Would it be any different if it was if Jay Crowder was 3 years younger and it was a 2-year deal? I don't know. I mean, I think the core is the core, and bringing in somebody from the outside. Look, I know he's a guard, all right, but word on the street is, and I'm not saying to get this guy, we're going to go in the dog conversation. This guy's going to come up. Word on the street is that the Grizzlies might try to improve, and there's a dude who killed the Kings, by the way, when they played him. Marcus Smart might be available. And that's a name that's come up before. I know he's a guard, but he's coming off the bench for the Grizzlies, might have more of a pronounced role on the Kings. I'm not saying I want Marcus Smart, but if Marcus Smart gets dropped into the roster next month, is he going to walk into a new locker room and hold De'Aaron accountable? I don't know.
So to Brandon's point with JaVale McGee, I don't know how much JaVale McGee was a quote-unquote voice in the locker room because they had the chance to bring him back and they chose not to.
Right.
However, JaVale McGee did have that kind of money quote last year of like the good teams win, great teams dominate in some and put away teams. And that was kind of something that a lot of people gravitated towards. So I think in that respect, there's that wisdom that I guess comes from someone who's been around the block for 16 years and won championships with Mike Brown and with Steph Curry and all those guys. I think there's value to that. In terms of having a voice who is someone who's won, I mean, I know they never got to the finals and won at the highest level, but DeMar DeRozan's done some winning. Like DeMar DeRozan has done a lot of winning.
Eastern Conference Finals, let's not forget.
Eastern Conference Finals, #1 seeds, playoffs year after year with both Toronto and San Antonio. Like DeMar DeRozan is not a schlep, and they went to the playoffs one time with the Bulls, but DeMar DeRozan's not some schlep in terms of, just empty stats and not playing for winning teams. Like the Raptors did a lot of winning when DeRozan and Lowry were there together. So I think if you're looking for that guy, if you feel like that's something the Kings value, then that guy's right there. That guy's wearing number 10 for the Sacramento Kings.
Let's talk about the Kings in clutch time. The clutch bros haven't been very clutchy. How do they change that? And could they fix it tonight? We have calls, we have texts, we have Sack Chat. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Lakers. King Night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Holidays at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Ho, 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 ho. Looks like you made the ice list this year.
Santa, don't you mean the nice list?
No, ice, because Prestigio Jewelers carries all the ice you need.
For over 30 years, Prestigio Jewelers has offered in-house financing and fine jewelry. Guaranteed credit approval between $400 and $10,000 with no money down options. Make this Christmas season unforgettable. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. With locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno, or online at prestigiojewelers.com.
Hey, what's up, Sacramento? It's Kyle Draper. Turn up the cleanliness at your restaurant, healthcare, or industrial business with Alsco Uniforms, the official sponsor of the Sacramento Kings Mop Crew. We've got you covered with crisp uniforms, hygienically clean linens, floor mats, and, of course, mops delivered weekly. But that's not all. Alsco Uniforms also offers weekly services for first aid and restroom supplies. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Just go to alsco.com to learn more. Again, that's ALSCO.com.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Yep, 'tis the season. Hey, if you take pride in your gift giving, here's a great idea for you. Gift cards from the Good Feet store. Okay, so arch supports aren't exactly what they've been hinting for, but you know they'd love them. And with the Good Feet lifetime warranty, it's a gift they'll enjoy forever. Buy a Good Feet gift card now, and Good Feet will boost its value 20%. That's a 20% gift from the Good Feet store. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville, and in Reno on South Virginia Street.
The most wonderful time of the year has officially begun at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento. This is the sale you've been dreaming of, with holiday hits on every aisle. 12 full days of unbeatable prices on only the best Makita products in town, and much, much more. Free batteries with tools, free tools with batteries, and bare tools starting at just $99. So check us out at 6701 Power Inn Road in Sacramento, or shop our Christmas deals online at fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Better tools, better prices.
It's the year-end event right now at Folsom Lake Kia with huge year-end savings, low finance rates, and zero down deals with approved credit. Come see my friends at Folsom Lake Kia and tell them DC sent you. FolsomLakeKia.com.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
We're looking for the Clutch Bros. Haven't been able to find them. I mean, honestly, against the Nuggets, they got out-clutched, right? De'Aaron had that 3 late. Can't call that. They both added to their clutch stats. De'Aaron had that 3 late. DeMar DeRozan had that dunk late. Jamal Murray said, get on my level. There's levels to this. And Jamal Murray said, I packed that thing too. And that's exactly what happened. We are about to break down some of these clutch time stats and the struggles that the Kings have had. This is from Carl Thornton Jr. on the text line, 916-339-1140, if you want to be a part of the conversation. He says, I believe Mike Brown was letting De'Aaron know that he is accountable for winning as well. It seems like Fox is excluding himself from the reason why this team isn't winning when the opposite is true. I've been saying it for a while that this team will go as far as Fox takes them, and he is so nonchalant on the court for this team to win consistently. Every year, Fox starts off hot and then tapers off. At times, he looks like he's playing in a rec league, trying not to get injured. Superstars don't do that! Exclamation point. That's from Carl Thornton Jr. Last season, that was definitely true, Carl. I don't even know if he started out that hot this season, to be completely honest with you. He had the couple games where he balled out, 109 in 2 games, and that was because, I mean, he balled out, but somebody had to score. I mean, he's missing DeMar. He's missing Sabonis for one of them, so we understand that De'Aaron can take it to that level, and maybe it's not so much about De'Aaron as I've said as far as Domantas Sabonis is concerned. Maybe it's the setup. Maybe it's Domantas having the ball too much. You bring in DeMar DeRozan, who's another guy who needs the ball a lot. So these two guys aren't really helping as far as De'Aaron's usage and making sure that he has some of those video game numbers. So I think it might be less about De'Aaron's ability to score at the same level. I would say Shea and Luka are better scorers, don't get me wrong, but the gap probably seems bigger than it is because of how these teams are constructed and because of how much each player has the ball in their hands. So, Carl, I hear you on that. As far as De'Aaron excluding himself, that's kind of what I was thinking as well, and I don't believe that's what De'Aaron thought, and I don't believe that's how De'Aaron was trying to make it sound, but the timing of it has been interesting as the Kings aren't winning games, and it can come off like, hey, y'all stink, get me a better team, and then I'll stay, when, hey, well, if you played better, maybe they wouldn't stink as much, but I think it could come off like that. I don't think that's how it should come off. I don't think that is what De'Aaron means. I do wonder what he does mean, though, and it is a bit broad, and when things are broad, not to scare people here, but when things are broad, it is easy to walk away, or it is easier to walk away, right? If there's somebody who is looking to break up with you and they're not really sure why they want to break up with you, you'll hear a lot of broad things. Well, I just feel like we're getting distant. Well, I just don't know if we can get there. I don't know. Something just feels off, right? And you're thinking, hey, well, how can I make this better? How can I make this better? And they're not giving you specifics. Hey, you leave your toothpaste gunk in the sink and it annoys me. Hey, you don't make the bed. Hey, your deodorant is not working. Hey, you kind of talk too much, right? They don't give you an opportunity to fix things. So I don't know, and that's why, as Kyle stated, a lot of times these teams, they work hand in hand with their superstars. Hey, what is it that you need? We have to have some awkward conversations. You're just being very broad. hey, I know you like Keegan, but De'Aaron, if we want to make this team better, could we come to an understanding to where Keegan is going to get us the most back? And then De'Aaron might say, no, do draft picks. And then the organization could say, well, De'Aaron, see, here's the thing. We don't necessarily want to do all those draft picks. And you have to come to an agreement, right? A lot of times these superstars, they're not making the deals, but they are green lighting or yellow lighting or red lighting some moves. Now, we've heard from there's the Steph Currys of the world who say, I don't really have a say in anything. And then there's the LeBron James of the world where he also says that, but we don't believe him, right? Because of his dealings with Rich Paul and Clutch. So there are a lot of different ways to go about this. And I do feel like De'Aaron being so broad with it gives him an easy out if he wants it later.
Maybe, although he was the one who helped with getting DeMar DeRozan to Sacramento.
Yes.
And that is a more specific upgrade that they felt they needed from last year. Mm-hmm. Results, mixed bag, defensively improved, but for the most part, same caliber of team from last year with a couple of close losses that make the record look worse than they probably are on the floor. But I don't know. It's a fine line to weave because the goal shouldn't be to just have De'Aaron sign the contract extension or just do enough to convince De'Aaron to sign the contract extension, because that's operating under the presumption of just getting your star player to a contract extension because that protects your job security doesn't necessarily lead to the long-term success of the team. So sometimes you have to make the unpopular move if you're Monty, for example, and you're willing to stake your reputation on this unpopular move because you believe it's the right move to make. Sometimes you do that, but it's sometimes easier to just work to try and appease the superstar because then they'll sign a contract extension and that ultimately reflects better on you because, as a lot of people have said, the Kings probably go as far as De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis take them. And, we can have the conversation about where they stand probably another day.
And the other thing is De'Aaron can sign the contract in a year or whatever, say, actually, I'm James Harden. I want out.
Sort of.
He can do that too. Somebody's got to pay, and I don't necessarily see him doing that.
No, but the modern NBA, and I say modern as in the last 4 years, the modern NBA makes it tough to do that, man. Think about how hard Kevin Durant had to work to get out of Brooklyn with years left on his contract.
Right, especially if he gets I think that is more realistic if he doesn't get the Supermax. If he gets the Supermax, a team is going to be looking around, all right, I like De'Aaron, but do I want to pay De'Aaron this amount of money?
Someone will, but we don't have to worry about that because if De'Aaron Fox signs the long-term extension, I mean, it's not like Karl signing the long-term extension with the Timberwolves in the sense that was never Karl's team, right? It went from Karl and Wiggins and Butler to Anthony Edwards. And Anthony Edwards, even though he was 21 years old, was kind of the de facto leader of that team in the early years. And what's different, I think, with Fox is that if Fox signs that extension and plays 3 more years in Sacramento, breaks the franchise records in a bunch of different categories, we're talking about a player who's going to have his jersey retired in Sacramento one day. And there's just a different way that you treat players who are going to have their jersey retired by the organization versus a very good player making a lot of money who maybe does or doesn't want to play for the team. There's a difference there that if De'Aaron signs this long-term extension, De'Aaron then enters a certain class of importance to this organization. Because at this point, if we go back 7 years, De'Aaron and Vivek are the only ones that have been here for the last, call it 7 years at this point. So there is a certain level of influence that comes from that.
916 says, Tyler Hero and multiple first-round picks for Fox. I love Fox, but maybe it's time to look to the future. We know that Bam Adebayo connection. It's been talked about before. I'd want more. I'd probably want players. I know first-round picks are very, very look, I'm just not in the business of full-blown tank jobs. So I'm not saying I want to do it either, but if you are going down that path, 916, if they want to keep Tyler Hero, I might even go Jovic, Jaime Jaquez, right? Some guys like that, and a couple picks. Tyler Hero and a bunch of first doesn't really do it for me. And I like Tyler Hero. Hopefully we don't get there, but they got to start winning games. I think the overarching theme here is that the Kings need to win basketball games, or stuff like this is going to continue to come out. Question marks are going to continue to unfold if they don't win. And it starts tonight. We got to figure out how healthy they'll be or how healthy they won't be. But either way, you keep losing games, anything can happen. And whether De'Aaron whether De'Aaron is a part of the winning or feels like he's a part of the winning and the losing or not, and we can compartmentalize, we know what he's saying. But if you lose games and every day that this team doesn't quote unquote improve, things are gonna get dicey. That's just the reality. Let's get to the clutch time and why the Kings haven't been able to close the deal in close games when they have two of the best closers in the league, supposedly. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Tonight, Kings and Lakers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacktown Sports 1140.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
The Clutch Bros haven't clutched up. At least not yet. Could tonight be the night? But we hope it's just a blowout. Either way, I don't care what it looks like. Just get a W.
Allen, are you a car guy at all?
I wouldn't say I'm not a car guy, but I'm not a hardcore car guy.
Okay. I'm not a car person at all. My grandpa would be so disappointed in me. But do you say that the clutch is stalling in the car? Because I wanted to make that joke, but I wasn't sure if that
is correct. I believe that is correct.
So does the clutch stalls if it's not working?
I believe so.
We need to get Steven on the phone.
That's right. Well, I don't like putting my business out on the street because now a bunch of guys are going to say these guys don't know what they're talking about. So
no, I fully acknowledge I do not know what I'm talking about, but I wanted to make the joke the clutch is stalling for the Kings.
No, that sounds right. We're riding with that.
Okay, so the clutch is stalling.
That's right. Yeah, the engine stalls if you release the clutch too quickly. Everybody knows that.
Oh, for sure. Mm-hmm. Whoever said that on the text
line. No, that was me. No, that was me.
Sure. I see you staring at your computer.
No, that was...
I see you staring at your computer right now.
Yeah, the engine stalls if you release the clutch too quickly.
So a clutch can't stall?
No, of course not. Clutch does not stall, right, guys? Everybody knows that.
Yeah, for sure. You're definitely not reading that off your computer.
Thank you, Brandon and Brent. All right, let's continue on now into the Clutch Bros and Clutch Time. Mike Brown had this to say about clutch games and the clutch stats. One of the things we told the guys is we are 3-9 in games decided by 5 points or less. For us to be 3-9 in those games when we have two of the most clutch guys on offense in the game, that means A, we're not starting the game right, and then second, we are going through these lulls that we have to change. So some of the clutch games that he is talking about, clutch games within 5 points in the final 5 minutes, the Kings are 6-10. Okay, that is good for a 37% winning percentage. 24th in the NBA. The Raptors, Jazz, Wizards, Blazers are the only teams worse. That's terrible. All those teams stink. And they lost to two of them. Oh, my goodness. This just keeps getting worse. 16 clutch games played is tied with Charlotte and Golden State for the most in the NBA. I find that to be interesting. Golden State always been known to play in close games, and Charlotte, I don't really know what to do.
Yeah, just to clarify it for people. So clutch games means at any point in the final 5 minutes of the game was within 5 points. It can be either direction, but at any point within the final 5 minutes, the game was within 5 points.
Here's the strangest stat. The Kings are actually 8th in fourth quarter point differential, plus 18, 13th in net rating at a +4 in the clutch, despite having the 24th best record in clutch games, while also playing in the most close games this season. What gives? What gives? Well, again, as we're still trying to convince Kyle to go watch 8 Mile, the only thing that I can think of is just sweaty palms and not being able to execute because backsides are a little tight. Oh, my goodness. We can't blow this game. Oh, my goodness. We just came back from down 23 to be up 10, and now we're blowing it. Oh, my goodness. And they get a little nervous. And I'd love to see Kyle in that 6-10 record. I know, what are they, 6-8 at home? How many of those losses are at home? Because it does feel – obviously, you're 6-10, and Mike Brown – it said 3-9 in games decided by 5 points or less. So obviously you have some losses on the road too, but I am interested in how many games they lost at home, because I think they get a little nervous. I think that they have the weight of the city of trees, which feels like the weight of the world on their shoulders. And you know what? You got to figure it out. I'm not giving them a pass. I think that's how they feel, but figure it out. You have those numbers?
Sort of. Yeah, I have in games that finished 5 points or fewer. That doesn't necessarily mean all clutch games, but just games where the final score was 5 points or less at home. The Kings are 1-6.
I had a feeling.
So they lost first night of the season, Timberwolves. The Dyson Daniels strip, that's another loss. Spurs game, the first one where Malik was starting, that was another loss. Nets game at home, that was another 5-point loss. Then you had the Nuggets game the other night, and there's one more that I'm forgetting in there. But the one that they won was a Utah game.
They are not playing loose at home, and I think this has been an issue ever since I'm not doing it. I got myself in trouble last season when I talked about if things went south, would you move away from the beam? And I got destroyed, so I am not doing that.
You better not.
I'm not. But couldn't you make the argument, since the beam team season, I will say it like that.
I hate that damn beam.
With the expectations that we've seen the Kings now have, the expectations that fans have, hey, this is our time now. We finally got our team. They got the weight of the world on their shoulders, and they get tight. Them palms.
I hate that damn beam.
Hey, all my golfers out there, same putt. The same putt you have for double bogey, you bang it easily. That putt for birdie, first birdie you've had in 2 rounds, how many times you hit that putt? How many times you missed that putt? Same putt, but it's different. The stakes aren't the same. Your buddy's staring at you, saying, Allen, you ain't going to hit this putt. I just had this. What's the one? It's a 9-hole. I've done it a couple times.
Land Park?
It's not Land Park. It's a different one. It's not a 9-hole. It's mostly par 3s. and there's a couple par fours mixed in there. I think one par five, but it's mostly par threes. It's me. It's Chris Watkins was there, and we met a guy, really nice guy, played Division I basketball back in the day, and the three of us are playing. And I'm the prettiest double bogey golfer you've ever seen, and I nail the green. Very easy putt. I've made it 1,000 times when it's for double bogey, even single bogey, even par. It's a birdie putt. I'm looking around. I'm getting on the ground like I'm Tiger Woods. I smoke the putt. It's a 2-foot putt. Smoke it. Still get the par, but it's embarrassing. What's the difference between that putt and that same putt for bogey or double bogey? There is no difference. The difference is what the stakes were, and I blew it, okay? And the Kings, they can make all these shots when it's easy and it's loose and it's early. When it starts to get tight, that's when the Nuggets got better. That's when these teams, and we're talking about the Nuggets, they're 3-9 in these situations. So that Nuggets game, that's just one of them. They're losing to teams that they have no business losing to. Those expectations, they are what they are. You're the Blazers. You're the Spurs. You're a team that ain't playing for nothing. But the Kings, they have a level of expectation, and they are not figuring it out. And you could make the argument this has been an issue since 2 years ago against the Warriors when they were up. They were up in the series, and they had an opportunity. But you got to get over it. You have to find a way to get over it. And it doesn't feel like they've gotten over it yet.
I just think it's interesting from the stats that there's not really a great explanation. And that's kind of what Mike Brown was trying to parse through in the quote where he's talking about we're not starting the game right, and then we're going through these lulls late in the game. And I just, the numbers are so confounding. And I guess it's more so a statistical anomaly, right? Because the Kings are one of the few teams with I think they might be the only team with a positive net rating that has a losing record right now in the NBA. So they're losing these games that we talked about earlier in the week. You can chalk up to being coin toss games if you play them down. If you play 100 of those games, they'll probably win somewhere between 48 and 52 of them down the stretch. But it's just so strange that they're still a very good fourth quarter team. They're not bad in clutch situations. They still have a positive net rating, but they also are losing these games. And that's kind of the thing that's like confounding. And I guess I just think back to some of the weirdest losses of the season, like the Dyson Daniels strip at the end, DeRozan bobbling a pass here. It's like these games are so evenly matched, but it just comes down to like one or two plays that don't go Sacramento's way. And I guess to that point about the clutch players, Fox, DeRozan, and I'll throw Monk in there too, because Monk was an incredibly clutch player during the Beam Team season. I guess that's the part that is most confounding, is like if you had to pinpoint a reason for why the record is not as good as it is.
Yeah.
Dropping games at the very end would have been one of the last reasons you would have expected coming into the season. But they're also not bad in the fourth quarter. They're not a bad fourth quarter team. They're not a bad clutch
I'm telling you,
team.
Kyle, it's not on the stat sheet. I'm telling you what it is. The 916 says, bingo, they get tight late, regardless of opponent, and especially at home. Visibly nervous against Brooklyn. It's maddening. The tightness really started second half of Game 7, in my opinion. I've seen so many similar stretches since at home. How do they get off? There's sports psychology.
Sure, and we can play the eye test as much as we want, but we just went through the stats. The stats say they're still a very good clutch team in the fourth. Now, they're not the best team in the league like we thought they would be, but they're still a very good team in the fourth quarter and in clutch time. It's just confoundingly, they've lost more games than they've won.
I'm telling you, 916-339-1140, you're going to have some fun with Steven on the other side and Ward. I think they want to talk about cars. I don't know. Clutch. All right, guys.
I think Ward wants to just talk about the beam. He wants to back up your point about the beam.
Oh, no. I don't know what's going to happen on the other side. Let's keep the calls going. How do the Kings fix the clutch issue? Is this something that is rolling over from the playoffs a couple years ago? Get over it and figure it out. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Lakers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacktown Sports 1140.
With the cooler seasons upon us, Advanced Infusion Center remains focused on your health and comfort. Whether you're dealing with a chronic illness or in need of IV therapy, we provide tailored treatments to meet your unique needs. Our caring team is here to make sure your experience is safe, comfortable, and stress-free. With convenient locations in Sacramento and Yuba and flexible scheduling, you can easily access the care you deserve. Explore Advanced Infusion Therapy today. Visit advancedinfusion.com for compassionate care right where you need it.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPfest.com. It's Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Good Guys Heating and Cooling. Find out more at CITPfest.com.
At Progressive, we know money can't buy happiness. But money did buy your boat, where you find peace fishing, unlike at home with 3 teenage daughters. Because fish never argue about who stole whose crop top, or get mad the other fish used up all the hot water. No, they just swim around, never embarrassed to be seen with you in public. So save money by bundling your boat or RV insurance with home or auto from Progressive. And buy more happiness, or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers, not available in all states.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Serious accident. You deserve the law offices of Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237. Jeremy lost his mother in a car accident and knows firsthand the pain caused by tragedy. That is why he became an attorney to fight for others who are going through a tragedy. If you've been seriously injured in an accident, you deserve more. You deserve better. You deserve Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237.
The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is expanding. I guess you could say the Super Shop is getting more superer. That means more for you, more apparel, more equipment, more shoes, more gift ideas, more of everything you want. If you're looking for the right gift for the golfer in your life, let the friendly team of Hagen Oaks experts help you find the perfect gift. From golf bags to golf balls, from golf pants to golf shirts, from rain gear to golf gloves, Hagen Oaks has it all. And much is on sale. Visit the Hagen Oaks Golf Superer Shop, Fulton Avenue at Business 80, or find us at hagenoaks.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave coming to you from my good friends at American Energy. Look, it's already cold outside. It's only going to get colder. American Energy wants to help you stay warm and make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of the $49 tune-up inspection. Normally, $119, $49 right now, and that includes a full safety and duct inspection. And check it out. If your system's over 10 years old, and I'll bet it is, the tune-up, yeah, it's free. It's free from a company that's been in business since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ Better Business Bureau. Check their Yelp, check their Google reviews. Don't take my word for it. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. If you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Check them out at theaeway.com and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Halfway through the second hour, taking you up to 2 p.m. Allen Stiles Show with Kyle Ledbetter, taking you up to 2 p.m. and possibly your last full week before the holidays start. Got Christmas next week and New Year's after that. I'm only taking a couple days off. I don't have the cachet of some of these other guys. I'm only taking one day off next week, and I will be taking New Year's Eve off. But we will get to all that as we get a little bit closer. Let's hope the Kings don't take tonight off and they can get a W. But Steven and Ward have been waiting on the line. Ward from our YouTube, our SAC chat. But we're going to get to Steven first, who beat you to it. 916-339-1140 if you want to be part of the conversation. What's up, Steven? What you got for us?
Not much, man. The clutch is slipping. It ain't stalling. The clutch is slipping.
Okay.
That clutch needs to grab onto things, baby.
All right.
So yeah, man. The clutch is slipping, man. That's essentially where it's at. We need to grab on. For dear life, man. I'm telling you. I'm really hoping that this game tonight, man, these guys stay locked in all 48 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
We need to come out swinging, man. That's the thing, is that this whole starting lineup was the change to bring Malik in is so we can start the game like how we've been finishing the games, because we've been finishing when Monk was coming off the bench and he was closing out games. He was coming off the bench with vigorous ferocity,
right?
Just coming out with all of the energy, all of it, and maybe it's starting to look. It looks promising. It's starting to look like it's starting to settle in a little bit, but I'm not seeing the same ferocity that we were closing the games out with. That's the thing that I'm noticing. So, yeah, man, we need to get this dub, man. We need to get some wins back, at home, because, like Dave was saying, man, this Kings home court advantage just is not what it used to be.
No, not at all. Thanks for the call, Steven. Great stuff. And Kyle, it was 1-6, I believe. Kyle's answering phones. 1-6 in those clutch games at home, that's awful. That's awful. What isn't awful is some updates that we have, and we're about to get to Ward here. Keegan Murray's shoot-around just ended for the Sacramento Kings. Keegan Murray says he plans to play tonight versus the Lakers. Domantas Sabonis, this is from Sean Cunningham. Domantas Sabonis, who went through shoot-around, says his back is feeling better, but his status for the game is still in question. So Trey Lyles, yes. Now, Keegan's got to get cleared, of course, but Keegan says he plans to play tonight versus the Lakers. So we have a yes from Trey Lyles, a probable. It's not listed as probable yet, but that's how it sounds for Keegan. And we're still waiting on Kevin Huerter, and we'll go from there. Brendan Nunez, they're all at shoot-around right now. Brendan Nunez talked to Keegan Murray, and Keegan explained when he had his ankle injury, if you were curious, because I know I was. He jammed his foot in the Houston game and had been playing through it, and he said it swelled up right before the Denver matchup. Kyle has that sound. Look at Kyle. Already he's got it. All right, let's hear it.
The Houston game, I jammed my foot, and I've just been playing through it. Then the night before we played Denver, it swelled up on me. So then it just had a point where I just couldn't go.
Does that kind of teach you a lesson at all?
Yeah, stop playing through injuries.
There you have it. So, look, you never know. And I understand a lot of players are playing through things, but let's look at this here. The Rockets Kings, that was December 3rd, okay? Then they played the Grizzlies. Then they played the Spurs. Then they played the Jazz. Then they played the Pelicans. So he did that 4 games ago. He played through it for 4 games, and then it swelled up, and he maybe re-aggravated it against the Pelicans, and then he couldn't go against the Nuggets. So, look, you never know what's going on with these guys. I understand a lot of dudes are playing through stuff. De'Aaron Fox, I know I keep seeing De'Aaron Fox at least once every couple games. Look at his left hand. It's still taped up. We know what he's dealing with there, but these guys are all dinged up. They're fighting through it. It's not just a Kings thing. Everybody is dealing with it. We get it, but just something to keep in mind. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Ward. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Ward? What you got for us?
Gentlemen, Sac Chat, everybody in Sacramento. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, everybody.
Same to you. Same to you.
Thank you, sir. But yes, Styles, if you're not going to say it, somebody's got to say it. And I hate to say it, but yes, the beam is the problem. As much as I hate to say it, I have a beam in the front of my house. My neighbor has a beam in the front of his house. We love it, but I like to think of it as we all have siblings, friends, relatives that we play video games with.
Mm-hmm.
You have those groups that you can play casually with. It's just fun. You pick up the sticks, game's over, let's move on. But then you have that brother or somebody closer that you do the smack talk. Makes you want to break your controller by the end of the game when you're losing.
Mm-hmm.
We have unfortunately fallen into that. I joked last year that the beam turns everybody from Steve Urkel to Stefan when they come in our building for whatever reason. And I'd really like to see a statistic of what teams and players may have shot before the beam and now with the beam, because I think we'd see a huge percentage of that. So I'm not sure how that would happen, but either way, I think that we can all agree if we end the season under 500 at home, there's no way we can justify having the beam moving forward.
Wow, Ward, what a call. Thanks, Ward. You got to call him more often, Ward, one of our P0s on the Sac Chat, our YouTube community. If you want to be a part of it,
I hate that damn beam.
Go be a part of it. Look, I am not saying any of this. I'm not getting in trouble again, okay? No. I'm going to be screaming as I get chased out of the city. I'm not saying it. But there is a level of, if there is a shtick or something that teams do. Let's think about the night-night, right? What happens every time the Warriors lose now? You get in a night-night. They lose to the Mavs. You had P.J. Washington doing the night-night. When you have something like that, it does motivate people. Teams don't want to see that beam. It gives, it's funny as we talk about Mike Brown trying to talk to De'Aaron Fox about coming up with something that will drive him and that will motivate him on a random Tuesday night. Look, it's Sacramento. It's a smaller market. A random Tuesday night, the Brooklyn Nets have to come to Sacramento. You're playing amongst the Lakers, because they do the West Coast trips. You're playing amongst the Lakers. You're playing amongst the Warriors. Okay, that's the game. The Sacramento Kings, that's not the game you have circled. But you walk into that building and you remember, oh, wait, they got that damn beam. And I don't want them to see that beam. And there's a little bit of motivation there. I might sound insane, and I'm not saying to get rid of it. Ward did, who just called in. But on a random Tuesday night, game number 20, game number 15, game number 30, whatever it is, a random team is coming to Golden One, and we were talking about the other side of it. We were talking about the pressure that the Kings have. So you have the pressure that the Kings have, not just to light the beam, but just Sacramento in general, the city, and how much is on their shoulders. And I don't want to hear it. These guys get paid a lot of money. They're professional athletes. I know. But I'm just saying what feels like it's been happening. 1-6 in clutch games at home. 1-6. That's tight backsides. That's sweaty palms.
You're a loser. Are you feeling sorry for yourself? Well, you should be, because you are dirt.
That is mom spaghetti. Palms are heavy. That's what that is. Palms are sweaty. Arms are heavy. That's what that is to me. So I'm not talking whether it's a beam or not. So you have that going on with the Kings. Everybody wants to come to light the beam. Might be that kid. You got one of the players looking out. They see a kid. It's his first game of the year. All he wants to do is see a beam. Now your palms get sweaty. Now you might be saying, well, maybe they don't have the right guys. If they can't handle this, maybe they don't have the right guys.
Yeah, I was about to say, this whole conversation sounds like loser talk. If you are worried about other teams coming in and hitting the light the beam troll on you, then yeah, that just kind of sounds like loser talk.
Yeah, fair enough. 916 says the Kings have sucked for 10 years and you blame the beam. No, not me. Not me. All right?
I hate that damn beam.
That is not me, and I will not let anyone try to connect me to any type of beam slander.
Oh, don't make me pull out the clip. Don't make me pull out the audio from last year.
That thing is gone.
Ah, we still have the secret tapes.
And all I did was ask a question.
I hate that damn beam.
Okay? 916, a different 916 says, as soon as we added DeMar DeRozan, my projected win total dropped from 46 to 42. He has literally never been a part of winning basketball his entire NBA career. 916, that is wrong.
Categorically false.
That is wrong. He's been to Eastern Conference Finals. We got to get to the other side.
He was part of literally the winningest team in the history of the Toronto Raptors.
Yeah, so that's not right, 916, but you know, they got to start winning as a team. So everybody's trying to figure it out. They're blaming the beam, blaming Mike Brown, blaming De'Aaron Fox. Ashley, we see you. We'll get to you on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Lakers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Most people know that the term birdie in golf refers to a score of 1 under par, but where did the term originate? According to Scottish Golf History website, it comes from the early 20th century American slang term bird, which meant anything excellent. While a 1911 edition of Maclean magazine described a golf shot as bird, straight down the course about 215 yards, the country club in Atlantic City lays claim to the first use of the word birdie. In 1898, A.B. Smith was playing the par 4 second hole when his second shot went within inches of the hole. That was a bird of a shot, he said, and claimed he should get double money if he scored 1 under par. He did indeed hold his putt, and the group thereafter referred to such a score as a birdie. In 1913, acclaimed writer Bernard Darwin wrote in the September issue of Country Life of his visit to America. He explained that it takes a day or two for the English onlooker to understand that a birdie is a hole done in a stroke under par. And now you know. That's Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Get huge year-end savings on the all-new 2025 Silverado now at Maida Chevy.
With $8,000 off MSRP after rebates on select new 2025 half-ton Silverado LT and RST.
And Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections of new 2025 Silverados in the Sacramento area.
$8,000 off new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing needs in some of their offices.
The most wonderful time of the year has officially begun at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento. This is the sale you've been dreaming of with holiday hits on every aisle. 12 full days of unbeatable prices on only the best Makita products in town and much, much more. Free batteries with tools, free tools with batteries, and bare tools starting at just $99. So check us out at 6701 Power Inn Road in Sacramento or shop our Christmas deals online at fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Better tools, better prices.
I'm Craig Ashton with the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. It may sound contradictory for a personal injury firm to wish you a safe holiday season, but we at Ashton & Price wish that no one has to suffer an injury in an automobile collision. But if you're an accident injury victim, you can lean on Ashton & Price to do all the legal legwork and introduce you to the best medical care providers in the area. So during this holiday season, you can focus on your health and your family. So from all of us at Ashton & Price, we advise you to have the happiest and safest of holidays.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
There's never been a better time than now to get yourself into a brand new Jeep, because we're still celebrating Black Friday all month long at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. And there's a reason people keep coming back, because it's the place where a handshake still means something. Off Business 80 across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And Merry Christmas from Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Getting these updates from Shoot Around, Domantas Sabonis, on how he's feeling the last few days in tonight's matchup with the Lakers. Among other things, kind of a nothing burger. He says, I'll just go out there, shoot, and see how I feel. So I think that's pretty much how it's going to go. We know the funny jokes, even though the Kings are 0-1 against the Lakers this season. We know all of the jokes about Domantas Sabonis kind of owning Anthony Davis. So we would love to see that matchup. It's also Domantas Sabonis' dad's birthday, Arvydas Sabonis. So I feel like just knowing Sabonis and everything that's happening. Look, they do play the Lakers about 15 times within the next couple days here. Kidding, they play them about 3 times within the next week or so. So there's that part of it. So he will get plenty of opportunity to face Anthony Davis. But they also really need this win. And they need to get back on the winning side of things. So we will see what happens. Obviously, the drive guys who will be at going to one, they might get it. They might get a glimpse of Domantas Sabonis, and things will get updated closer to that time. So they might be able to see when Sabonis does shoot, and we will go from there. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Ashley. Wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Ashley? What you got for us?
Not much, but I forgot where I heard this, and I want to see your guys' thoughts on this. But I was listening to some Kings media recently, and I was hearing something about just the way that the Kings start the first quarter, and it might have been Matt George who was saying it, but the way that we start the first quarter, it's almost like we're coming out complacent, and it's like the Kings. We fall behind 20, and part of it is we feel like we can spark our offense really quickly at home. We got a few stops. We got a few threes made. We make a nice alley-oop dunk from Malik Monk or something like that, and the crowd gets into it. And so the Kings, they just never fully feel like they're out of it. And so they kind of start out the game, at least in the first quarter, a little bit more complacent and not really going as hard as they could defensively and stuff like that. What do you think of that?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Ashley. It definitely does feel, and I've said entitled before, but I really like the word complacent, maybe instead of entitled, because that does seem like that's how the Kings come out. I just don't know why, right? I just don't know why. Teams that do that have done some winning. And they feel most of the time they've done some winning, and they feel like they can turn it on. Hey, we've done this before. We'll get a little bit of we can take some time to get where we need to get to, but we know we're good enough to take care of business. The Kings don't do that. You're coming off a 9 seed, and before that, you were the 3 seed, and what a lot of people would say was an injury-riddled season, and you still lost in the first round. So I have no clue where the Kings get off thinking that they can start slow and beat these teams when you have a losing record. Even if they felt like that, hey, we just added DeMar DeRozan. We're going to be lit this season. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Once you start losing games or guys get injured, that's when it's, hey, maybe we need to show up from the first quarter. So there's nothing I disagree with what Matt George said or what you said, Ashley. I just have no clue why they feel, and I don't even know if they feel like that. It's just, I don't think they're going into it thinking we can start slow. I do think that they understand. This is the most confusing thing about the Kings. I do think they understand they need to start out hotter and they need to come out and hit their opponent in the mouth. But then you have the back end stuff. So let's take the Kings just can't put the whole thing together. And I know Kyle Draper has said the Friday peanut butter, no jelly joke, but it's a really good one because let's take that Spurs game. The first game Malik Monk started. You get shot out of a cannon. Malik Monk is starting. You had lost a bad game. I think that was against the Blazers. Let's get back on track. They come out first quarter and it's the opposite. They punch the Spurs in the mouth, and then they slow down. I don't know. I think somebody at one point talked about their stamina because it's either you start slow and you finish hot, and maybe it's enough, or you start hot and you finish out slow. I know that last season a little bit we talked about Mike Brown maybe being a a Tom Thibodeau disciple in that way, or a version of that with the hard practices. They've had plenty of time off. That Nuggets game, they were coming off a bunch of time off because of the NBA Cup. So I don't know what it is. But I don't think that they believe, they're not going into it saying we're going to be complacent. There's something off, whether it's their inability to play at a high level for the whole duration of the game, whether it's just the mental makeup, I don't know. But if you start hot, you cool off. If you start cool, then you heat up. You gotta play the whole time, or you got to be able to make up for it. Let's look at the Nuggets now. Nuggets started hot, kind of hit a lull in the middle of the game, but then they turned it back up. So even if it's 3 parts, I know it's 4 quarters, but even if there's 3 parts of a game and you're turning up for 2 of them, then that's fine. But the Kings, it's just they once they cool off, it's really hard for them to heat back up.
Which, to Ashley's point, it's not always the first quarter specifically, because the Kings have been a pretty good first quarter team this year, relatively speaking. I mean, they're in the positives in terms of point differential, but Portland game, it's the third quarter where they fall into the 13-point lull. The Timberwolves game, they fall into a lull third, early fourth quarter. There's been Brooklyn game, it was the second quarter. In the Spurs game that they lost at home a couple weeks ago, they put up 42 points in the first quarter, their best first quarter of the season, and then they gave it back slowly but steadily throughout the game. And there was a stat during the losing streak that, like, even in the games they were winning, they were down double digits in every game for like 8 games in a row or something like that. So even if it's not always bad first quarters, they're finding ways to get down at some point early on in the games and then asking themselves to come back from down that many points, which is interesting to kind of, it's a paradox of teams we've gotten accustomed to with the Kings, right? Last year it was, they just drop games that they don't expect to, but at the end they have a chance to come back and maybe they hit a clutch shot here or there. Sabonis gets the steal and the dunk or whatever else. This year it's different because they're getting down early or in the middle of the game, and then not making comebacks. Or if they are making comebacks, finding weird ways to drop them at the very end, whether it's a Dyson Daniels strip or a DeMar DeRozan bobble or whatever other game you want to point to where they had a weird loss at the end.
Yeah, and it goes back to last season, right? I'm thinking about that Suns game where De'Aaron gets the ball on the elbow, doesn't get the shot up. He essentially says that he thinks he got fouled. The 2-minute report came out. I think a lot of people thought he got fouled. 2-minute report came out for whatever it's worth. Said he didn't get fouled. So there is so much that happens in these late games, and it just almost feels like the Kings are never on the right side of them. Oh, man, what a great game, but the Kings got an L. So that's why some of these conversations where it's – because the thing about the moral victory thing, right? So there were people that, hey, the Kings, they're moving in the right direction. They played well. They did this. They did that. We don't know who's going to play tonight. So my issue with moral victories is that in a way it comes off as if things can't get worse, right? Hey, this was our moral victory. Now we're going to play better. You know, moral victory assumes health. A moral victory assumes things are going to improve when we don't know. Hey, we're okay with losing this game because we're just going to continue to play like this and move forward. We don't know. We came out of that game talking about moral victory. Some people did. I did not. We came out of that game talking about moral victory. They played well. Look what they showed. And then the next day we found out that you might not have Sabonis and Keegan Murray. But they played really hard in that game. Moral victories to me just assumes things can't get worse.
Sure, but I feel like I know that things are getting better for the Kings as compared to when everyone was going through injuries and they went through that stretch of 6 losses in 7 games. Like, I do feel like I know that it's getting better because the offensive rating is like 3rd in the league since they moved Malik to the starting lineup. They obviously have a 4-3 record, but each of their losses have been close at the end. So it's like I feel like they are getting better. I feel like I know that there is reason to believe things are going to get better. It's just you compartmentalize that with the fact that the margin for error has slimmed because they dropped all those games earlier in the season, right? I feel like the Kings are getting better, but now they have to play even better than we expected. If for the rest of the season the Kings play at a 48 win pace, they're only going to get to 44 wins.
That's exactly
so now
right.
All of a sudden, the expectation has to change if they're going to make up the ground that they've dropped before, which I don't think is out of the question for sure.
Sam Amick was on the morning show, and he has some things to say about De'Aaron Fox and the Kings targeting certain players this trade season. We will hear from him on the other side. We hit the 12 o'clock hour, about 5 minutes. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Lakers. King Night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and that means limited time savings on the paint pros need. Right now, save $15 on 5-gallon pails of HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams All-Purpose Power Primer. Plus, get it delivered to your job site with free same-day delivery when you order by 2 p.m. Visit us in-store or online today, because Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 12/20. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's number one poker room, and guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ho, 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 ho. Looks like you made the ice list this year.
Santa, don't you mean the nice list?
No, ice, because Prestigio Jewelers carries all the ice you need.
For over 30 years, Prestigio Jewelers has offered in-house financing and fine jewelry. Guaranteed credit approval between $400 and $10,000 with no money down options. Make this Christmas season unforgettable. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. With locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno, or online at prestigiojewelers.com.
Ba, 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 ba. Yep, 'tis the season. Hey, if you take pride in your gift giving, here's a great idea for you. Gift cards from the Good Feet store. Okay, so Arch supports aren't exactly what they've been hinting for, but you know they'd love them. And with the Good Feet lifetime warranty, it's a gift they'll enjoy forever. Buy a Good Feet gift card now, and Good Feet will boost its value 20%. That's a 20% gift from the Good Feet store. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville, and in Reno on South Virginia Street.
Rock the Bells presents LL Cool J.
So what you got Chanel on your feet? Hot sex on a platter makes the mission complete.
Live in concert. LL Cool J. Saturday, January 18th, the venue at Thunder Valley with DJ C-Trip. LL Cool J. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss LL Cool J live.
The holidays are always a great time to get together with family and friends, but nothing beats the thrill of Stockton Honda's deals. During Happy Honda Days, find the perfect ride in person or online. With over 400 new Hondas ready to go, now is the time to buy at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Number one claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's Old Report.
The most wonderful time of the year has officially begun at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento. This is the sale you've been dreaming of, with holiday hits on every aisle. 12 full days of unbeatable prices on only the best Makita products in town, and much, much more. Free batteries with tools, free tools with batteries, and bare tools starting at just $99. So check us out at 6701 Power Inn Road in Sacramento, or shop our Christmas deals online at fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Better tools, better prices.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
We have hit the 12 o'clock hour, 2 hours down, 2 to go, as we get you ready for the drive guys who will get you ready for game night, who will get you ready for pregame, who will get you ready for Kings Lakers. They were having some conversation. We're about to get to the Sam Amick sound, but there's so much conversation the morning show had Front Office Sports on about what's wrong with the NBA, and one of the things that came up was the lack of rivalries. And the Lakers come to town. Does LeBron, I know you enjoy beating LeBron, but does LeBron even have that? You know, obviously it's not like when he was with the Heat, and he gets those jokes about the bubble championship with the Lakers, but you want to beat LeBron. But sometimes I look at LeBron now, and until he starts crowning himself and doing LeBron stuff, you know, he comes to town and it doesn't really hit the same. And I guess it shouldn't hit the same after all these years. He's almost 40, but I think he's about to turn 40. But I'm thinking, okay, Lakers, Kings, and is it going to be, in my mind, it's going to be this packed crowd. Maybe Saturday might be a crazier crowd, but this is the first time they're playing them. And it's the holidays. I don't know if that bodes better for it to be more electric or less electric, but I'm just sitting there thinking, who are the games, or if you're a Kings fan, does it still, you always want to beat LeBron, but it ain't the same. Is it the same as 3-4 years ago?
Yeah.
Even 2 years ago?
That's a good question. I would say after what was the year that Russell Westbrook and the Lakers were really bad together? Was that 2022? I'd say
that sounds right.
After that year, it just hasn't felt the same in terms of the LeBron fear. And I think that's because that was the Lakers had bad seasons with LeBron, but that was the first time that LeBron was so bad and a LeBron team was so bad that it was like they were the dumpster fire of the NBA for that season. I felt like after that, it kind of lost its luster because we had never seen a LeBron team struggle before. In terms of result, we'd never seen them struggle, nonetheless be the actual embarrassment of the league. That was kind of the last year that it felt like for me, it was like, LeBron and the Lakers might be a legit threat to the title, and LeBron's going to come into your building and put on the crown and take the reins from you. I felt like that was the last time the Lakers were really a championship contender, because we joked yesterday about how dumb it was even that Laker team the next year went to the Western Conference Finals. Like, truly the worst team to ever make the Western Conference Finals. And even that year, it was like the Lakers were this underdog story all of a sudden, and like they were scrappy fighters that were coming from behind to go on a Western Conference Finals run. So yeah, I'd say like 3 years ago was the last time.
Yeah. So I'm very curious, and there are going to be a lot of Laker fans too. I know they travel well, or they're everywhere, so they don't need to travel. So I hope the Kings get this W tonight. But even if they do, feels like the Kings just need to get better in general. Sam Amick was on with the morning show, Carmichael Dave with Jason Ross, and this is what he had to say about De'Aaron Fox and who the Kings may be going after this trade season. Here it is.
If you're De'Aaron, like everything you just laid out, you do have a couple of years of relative inactivity if you're the star player looking at the roster. You have a Western Conference that is full of parity, and even though they have struggled, you look at the standings and really they are one nice winning streak away from being in a pretty good spot. And if you're him, you see that. So, maybe that does play a part. And, on top of that, I don't have the numbers in front of me. I believe his minutes are up significantly this year. And so you have kind of workload stuff where, they are having to carry a heavier load. because of the lack of depth. So yeah, we'll see what they do. I don't anticipate any star player pursuits by them, but certainly high level role players. A lot of some of the names that are already out there, the Cam Thomases, the Dorian Finney-Smiths. I think Mike would love something like that. I think De'Aaron would love something like that. Cam is a tricky one, and those are obviously guys from the Nets. I feel like Cam is on every team's list right now. So
yeah,
but yeah, we'll see what they do.
I'm fairly sure he meant Cam Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're both Brooklyn Nets named Cam. I'm
Exactly.
pretty
And they're
sure.
both available.
Yeah, because Cam Thomas, all indications are Brooklyn's going to sign him to an extension.
Yeah, what is he, 23 years old? And that's not what the Kings are. Well, I don't think that's what the Kings are looking for. So, yeah, and Sam makes a good point in a couple different ways, as he always does. But Sam makes a good point in that you have a guy in Cam Johnson who he's literally connected to about 10 teams right now, or 10 teams are interested. So I think if I'm the Kings, unless you're willing to ride that price tag as it rises, you just look elsewhere. Maybe it's all smoke and mirrors and there's not that many teams interested in him, or the price tag isn't that crazy. But yeah, I don't want to get into a bidding war with teams. Even though I like Cam Johnson, I don't want to deal with the bidding war. Me personally, I don't like bidding wars. You walk into a house and 18 people want to buy. I mean, it better be the house that you want to live in for the rest of your life, right? Or an apartment, and that you really must like that, because I don't like dealing with it, and I don't think GMs necessarily like dealing with it, because even though he's playing well, the Nets can turn this into something that it really has no business being. So, look at a Dorian Finney-Smith or somebody like that, and that would be the Kings getting better, because that's the thing. I don't think De'Aaron thinks that the Kings need to win a championship this season, but it has to be something where we're not just fighting to stay out of the play-in. Again, what I find interesting in the comments from Mike Brown yesterday, as it is compared against what De'Aaron has been saying, if De'Aaron and the team were more locked in, you probably wouldn't be in as bad of a spot as you are right now. So two things can be true. So that's why it's hard if you're even Monty McNair or Vivek to say, well, what is this team, right? We're going into the luxury tax to do what exactly? We're going into the luxury tax to get to the second round? Because I'm not really trying to go into the luxury tax to get to the second round. If you go into the luxury tax and you end up losing in the second round, that's one thing. But you don't go into the luxury tax just trying to stay out of the play-in. That's not what you do.
At least Vivek is inclined
he doesn't want
not
to
do that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Some team, you can do whatever you want with your money. It's not my money. It seems by indications that's what the business person would think about a team like this. If it's, what's the real difference between Cam Johnson and Dorian Finney-Smith? Is it the $7 million on the contract, or is it the $22 million that we'd be paying in luxury tax if we get there? That's just the calculation that you make. If they trade for Dorian Finney-Smith, they don't have to part with Kevin Huerter, and they add wing depth. I don't see what is so bad about that, but I think people hear the name Cam Johnson and feel like that's the prize to be had at the deadline at this point, because so many teams are interested in him, and the Kings do not have the best offer. Now, you could argue picks are the ultimate equalizer, but there's a lot of other teams that also have draft picks,
right,
that they'd also be willing to part with. So if you want to argue the Kings should go after Cam Johnson, well, the Kings don't have the best trade package for Cam Johnson. So that
unless
they might not get him.
Unless they overpay, and I don't think they want to overpay.
And what does overpaying even look like? Is that too many draft picks that they give up?
That's what I'm saying.
So other teams have draft picks too. Other teams can bid just the same, and that's where Brooklyn is in the envious position. Although, flip side, you don't hear as many people talking about Dorian Finney-Smith, and that's a cheaper option to come off the bench potentially. You don't hear a lot of people talking about John Collins other than coming to the Kings. So there's other names out there if it's not the circling the wagon on the Cam Johnsons and the Dorian Finney-Smiths, because as we mentioned before, like 8 buyers, 6 of whom are in the Western Conference, are all circling the wagon on Cam Johnson.
And the Warriors already made a deal with Dennis Schroeder, and I know Christmas is coming and the holidays, and if you're not one of those teams that has to play, it's kind of a pseudo break. It's not a break. The Kings play on the 26th, but it's kind of a pseudo break as far as the GMs and stuff like that, or maybe it's a time to sneak in and do something. But I also wonder, we keep talking about this stuff. Yeah, the deadline's in February. The season could be over in February. Or you're talking about, okay, if they're in a similar position as last season where they're trying to win games and stay as the 6th seed and stay out of the play-in. So now you're going to go ahead and add in a Cam, and I know this isn't the same as adding a DeMar DeRozan, but now you're going to add a Dorian Finney-Smith, and now you have to deal with that transition with the team. So I almost am thinking that doesn't something have to happen at least fairly soon, or you would think? I mean, you got to start winning games.
Okay, so here's what I think. I think there's the glass half empty version of the season could be over by this point, and then there's the glass half full way of looking at it, the same way of this the standings in the Western Conference could look very different in February than they do right now. But
we have no reason to believe that the Kings will be on the right side of that.
I mean, I have reason to think it might happen. There's no reason to say I know it's going to happen, but I think the two perspectives are going to evolve as you have more of a sample size. So my answer would just be play it by ear. You don't have to make a trade right now. You don't have to make a trade next week. You don't have to make a trade by January 1st. But the more games you play, the more of a sample size you're going to have about what the team actually is. So I would just say play it by ear. Just see how the next few games go. And if you have an idea of where they're at now, maybe look back at the end of this 4-game homestand and say, did anything change, or do we feel like we haven't learned anything new at this point?
Especially when guys can't stay on the court. I mean, you're Monty trying to get a read on this thing, and Keegan Murray didn't play last game, and Kevin Huerter didn't play last game, and now and Trey Lyles didn't play the last couple of weeks here, maybe a month. Now you get Trey Lyles back. You probably will have Keegan Murray today. Now you don't know if you'll have Kevin Huerter. Now you don't know if you'll have Domantas Sabonis. So I think I don't know how much time you're able to give this when guys can't stay healthy and you're not getting to look at the full picture anyway. That's the other part of it that is a bit tough. What should the expectations for the Kings be right now? And there are two ways to look at the Kings: what they are or what they should be when we are discussing the moves that they should make. Then we're going to get into some Niners and Brock Purdy, as well as the lefty Steve Young had some things to say about him. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Lakers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacktown Sports 1140.
The holiday driving season is here, and my good friends over at Jiffy Lube have an awesome holiday oil change special going on right now. Get a full synthetic oil change starting at just $76.99 with a $33 off coupon online. That's right, starting at just $76.99 for up to 5 quarts of full synthetic motor oil with the online coupon. Go visit jiffylube.com right now, find a location near you, and get that $33 off full synthetic oil change coupon now. Most vehicles are covered, especially vehicles and diesel are extra. You got to show the coupon for discount. See the store for details. Happy holidays from Jiffy Lube.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Holidays at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline, Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
What should the expectations be for the Sacramento Kings? Should we still be, as presently constructed, by the way, should we still be looking at them as a team that should be staying out of the play-in? I mean, look, man, at some point, we're going to have to wear how wrong we were. And I don't know, and I'm just saying we, for anybody who thought the Kings were going to get to that 50-win mark. I know I have friends that put some cheese on that and did not get the right side of it. Well, it's not over yet, all right? It's not over. It's not over. It's not over. But you would have to be, and I think Kyle's about to cook up how they could get to 50 wins. Obviously the Kings, but better chance the Kings 50 wins or the Niners making the playoffs. Obviously it's the Kings, but this thing is looking dicey right now. Kyle, our mathematician, is going to figure that out. But should we change expectations as the team is presently constructed? Should we still expect them to stay out of the play-in? Is the 4th seed gone? Is the 5th seed gone? Is it a matter of, Allen, you keep saying, let's get through December and see what things look like, so we can do that.
All right, Allen, I've got the answer for you. So for the Kings to get to 50-32, they would have to go 39-18 the remainder of this season. Now, 39-18 adds up to, doing quick math here, that would be a 68% winning percentage the rest of the season. You want to know the teams in the NBA currently who have a better winning percentage than 68% so far? It is the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Boston Celtics,
the Thunder,
the Oklahoma City Thunder, end of list. So for the Kings to get to 50 wins, they would have to play better than all but 3 teams in the NBA right now for the rest of the 2025 season. Bad
read.
They would basically have to be the Grizzlies the rest of the season in order to get to 50 wins.
And 50 wins, look, that was, maybe I had some purple lenses on, maybe others had purple lenses on, and that's fine. At the time, you look, and the numbers besides their win-loss column make it sound possible. They do. They make it sound possible, but they have not been able to close the deal in these games.
Yeah, that's pretty much the deal, right? Is if they just flip 2 of those results. I'm thinking back to our clutch time stats right now, and if, for example, I'm realizing now that the results are just kind of fluky in a sense, because if we flip if Dyson Daniels gets called for a foul at the end of that game, and DeMar DeRozan catches the pass and hits a layup, the Kings would be 8-8 in clutch games this year, which would be 16th in the league, obviously right in the middle. Well, they'd be 13th in net rating in clutch time and 16th in win percentage. It's not that weird. So I think it's just the Kings have dropped 2 of the weirdest games of the entire season. The loss against the Hawks they had in the bag and they somehow lost. And the Nuggets game, they got beat with a perfect final 4 minutes by the Denver Nuggets, right? I think when we look back at the end of the season, those are going to be 2 of the strangest losses any team went through in the NBA this year.
916-339-1140. Let's get to Dwayne. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Dwayne? What you got for us?
All right, what's up, fellas? I really can't even believe what's going on because, I'm just on standby. I'm on pause. I'm already, ahead of this to the point where until I see a trade, I guess you guys are cool with the regression and you want to wind up 500 now in the playoffs. I think this team is really good. It's just lopsided. It's imbalanced. So you balance it out, you get it. You don't, and then you got to look at McNair. Hey, now, Kyle, I got to talk to you, man. I love you, boy. I love you, man, but we can't wait, bro. Can't be getting to the halfway point of the season and then not have action at the playoffs. I think this team is good enough to do damage in the playoffs, but you got to start moving up in the West, and it's going to take a trade. I don't want to trade Fox to the Lakers, but if you did, then you could probably get a Rui Hachimura, Cam Reddish. I would say Jared Vanderbilt, but he's never playing. But you see where I'm going with this. You get that length, you get some more defense, and you make waves. But like I said, I'm waiting on Monty, fellas. Let me know what you think.
Thanks for the call, Dwayne. Yeah, and look, I think we all know that the Kings need to make a move. I'm sitting here saying if you feel like you need to make a move, I don't really know what you're waiting for. Cam Reddish, look, he was supposed to go to the Lakers and have his career refurbished, and that didn't happen. I'm not touching Jared Vanderbilt because that dude is a model. Okay, he doesn't actually play basketball. He just shows up to games.
I was looking at his injury report, and I was trying to figure out what's going on, and I saw the report that was like, Jared Vanderbilt will remain out as fluid has returned to his knee.
I mean, that's
like,
crazy. Yeah, we're done with that. I will say that, and look, going to the Lakers, as we're talking about the Kings playing the Lakers, and actually, Dwayne, you led us right to what LeBron James said. LeBron was asked about De'Aaron as the Lakers are doing their shoot around. LeBron James, when asked if he thinks De'Aaron Fox is on the verge of being a superstar, LeBron says, quote, "I would say so. Anytime you're number one on the bulletin board, every time you scout a team, that puts you right up there." That is what LeBron had to say about De'Aaron Fox. I mean, nothing groundbreaking, but he's saying he does think that De'Aaron is on the verge of being a superstar, but I feel like he was on the verge last season.
Maybe a little shade at Domantas Sabonis, question mark?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so.
I just wanted to throw it out there.
I think every team still says, hey, Domantas, and that is part of the empty calories, because Domantas can have triple doubles and the Kings will lose, right? So that's why I think they will De'Aaron Fox will get circled more often than Sabonis, because if you keep it close at the end of the game, the ball ain't going to be in Sabonis.
I mean, the double-doubles, yeah, he's a walking double-double at this point. But I don't know. I mean, empty calories, I guess you could say, for the wins and losses. But, like, Sabonis is, like, top 10 in win shares and top 10 in efficiency rating. Like, he's been a legitimate all-star without question.
But I'm just saying, who are they circling, right? I'm just saying, who are they circling?
According to LeBron, it's De'Aaron Fox.
According to LeBron. And we know LeBron knows the game. All right, let's get to Casey, who wants to be a part of the conversation, 916-339-1140. What's up, Casey? What you got for us?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. So I've been looking at all these trades that we've been talking about, and it looks to me like, we're looking at trading bench players for other bench players, and it's really not going to help us with our depth, because if we have to trade Kevin Huerter and Trey Lyles to get another piece, it's like we're not gaining depth. So like the last caller said, if we were to trade Fox, Fox to me is the most tradable starter, because Sabonis is our only big. He's really unreplaceable. DeMar doesn't have the trade value because of his age. Monk's on a contract that's only $22 million a year that he just signed, and I think that Monk's numbers could go up significantly if he was the lead point guard for the team. So what would you think if the Kings were to trade Fox to the Nets for Cam Johnson, Claxton, and Finney Smith? Who says no to that?
Thanks for the call, Casey. I think the issue there would be now you're a version of the Houston Rockets.
Yeah.
Because who's taking that shot at who there's nobody getting circled. I guess it's
the Kings say no. The
Kings say no.
To answer his question, the Kings say no.
Yeah, the Kings say no. And I don't think that's what if you're the Nets, I don't think you want, and I know Jordy Fernandez, there's a connection there. I don't think you want a 26-year-old De'Aaron Fox. I think you want to make your own mistakes. And that I think you want to just go out, maybe get Cooper Flag, go get some young draft picks and just build from there. De'Aaron Fox going to that Nets team at 26, 27 years old doesn't really help either side. You need way more either players to come back to the Kings, and then the Nets just having De'Aaron Fox. I don't know. I mean, I think earlier in the show, somebody brought up the typical Miami Heat trade to get De'Aaron back with Bam Adebayo. That one makes the most sense to me because the Heat have a bunch of young players, and if they want to move off of, there could be a 3-team trade off the top of my head between the Warriors, the Kings, and the Heat, where the Warriors could get Jimmy Butler, the Heat could get De'Aaron Fox, and the Kings could get some of the Heat's young players and maybe even some of the Warriors' young players. So that makes more sense to me, or maybe you just take the Warriors out of it and you just work directly with the Heat than the Nets, because I think the Nets are just wanting to start from scratch. Okay, we're over time. We got to get to the other side. And when we do, Evan Sittery has just dropped an article based on what De'Aaron Fox said. And I'll give it to you like this. De'Aaron Fox's comments earlier this week have reverberated around the NBA. The Kings have become the top situation to monitor ahead of the trade deadline. Fox has put pressure on Sacramento. Will they respond? Are they going to respond tonight? I don't really like a lot. Look, the TV is stuck on a certain channel with a lot of soap operas on. I don't really like that with my basketball team. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Lakers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacktown Sports 1140.
The most wonderful time of the year has officially begun at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento. This is the sale you've been dreaming of, with holiday hits on every aisle. 12 full days of unbeatable prices on only the best Makita products in town, and much, much more. Free batteries with tools, free tools with batteries, and bare tools starting at just $99. So check us out at 6701 Power Inn Road in Sacramento, or shop our Christmas deals online at fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Better tools, better prices.
The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is expanding. I guess you could say the Super Shop is getting more super. That means more for you, more apparel, more equipment, more shoes, more gift ideas, more of everything you want. If you're looking for the right gift for the golfer in your life, let the friendly team of Hagen Oaks experts help you find the perfect gift. From golf bags to golf balls, from golf pants to golf shirts, from rain gear to golf gloves, Hagen Oaks has it all. And much is on sale. Visit the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Rare Shop, Fulton Avenue at Business 80, or find us at hagenoaks.com.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to handle the busy holiday season, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Give your family a real treat. Bring out all the flavors of the upcoming holidays with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. And get this, Napoleon Grill's Black Friday Cyber Mondays include a limited time $300 off their top-selling Phantom Grill and 15% off all gas, kettle, and travel grills. Napoleon grills are built different, built better, built to last. Complete with a lifetime warranty and premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Whitey and Napoleon Grills wish you happy holidays. Visit Green Acres Nursery today for your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles. Is this a song? You know, this is really close to the song of 2020. It's this or obviously Kendrick, right? And it's pretty close.
Song of the year?
Actually, there's three. And I got to look at what the Grammys are saying for biggest song. I got to look at who
got nominated
for that, because it's Kendrick, right?
Okay.
This song, a bar song with Shabuzi. Those are my top three. And I know you're going to throw in, it's probably those three, Espresso and Hot to Go. That's my guess for the five.
Let me look it up real quick, because Spotify has a playlist that is just the top 100 songs, and you named the top three. We got to be forgetting one. Like, what is the Brat song by Charlie XCX? Probably got to be in there somewhere.
Maybe.
There's a playlist somewhere that has it, but yeah, I mean, those are the ones that I think of off the top of my head. Those five.
There you go.
Espresso, Not Like Us, $1 Million Baby, the bar song, and what was the last one you said?
That I said.
Yeah. Did we forget one?
Oh, Hot to Go?
Oh, yeah, Hot to Go.
Hot to Go.
Those six are probably the winners.
There you go. All right. Hopefully the Kings are hot to go, get a win tonight against the Los Angeles Lakers. But we did want to get to this article that I read quickly during the break, and I'm going to read it to you right now. This is from Evan Sittery, who writes for Forbes. He just dropped this, hot off the press. And Evan Sittery, he's been on the Drive Guys. We're going to have him on after the holidays as this thing kicks up. There might be a move during the holidays. Who knows? That would make a happy new year for everyone. So Evan Sittery is talking about what De'Aaron said and how it is reverberating around the league. Okay, so this is what Mr. Sittery is saying and how things can escalate quickly in the NBA. I'm going to skip to the bottom. If the Kings are unable to get back on track soon, riding the ship for another postseason appearance, it will in turn diminish Fox's all-NBA chances. Fox is averaging 26.2 points, 6.1 assists, 5.1 rebounds, and 1.6 steals per game while carrying a 57.5% true shooting percentage. Say the situation were to continue going south for the Kings and they miss out on even making the Western Conference play-in as a top 10 seed. How will Fox react? Will he ask out and seek greener pastures this offseason? If so, Sacramento would be able to net a significant trade haul in return for Fox. But what would happen next for key veterans like Sabonis, DeRozan, and Monk? Fox's comments have lit an accelerant on this situation as one to monitor immediately before the trade deadline, plus the remaining months ahead before a looming extension offer from Sacramento this summer. There are certainly more questions than answers right now with the Kings, and Fox is monitoring it closely. Rival teams have begun to monitor Fox's looming situation in Sacramento as well. For the Kings to keep the bedrock of their organization around, it's time to push those proverbial chips into the middle of the table. And here's the quote from De'Aaron. I'm coming up on those prime years. So yeah, they know I'm going to give all I got, but at the end of the day, the organization also has to give all they've got, Fox said. So that's where we're at right now. And earlier in the article, Evan Sittery basically mentioned that Fox is indirectly telling Sacramento general manager Monty McNair to make a move before the February 6th trade deadline, and they have definitely been trying. The Kings are one of the more active teams in the marketplace right now, a league source told Forbes Sports, and the same package from the offseason is being presented in exploratory talks. Kevin Huerter, Trey Lyles, and draft compensation. Will any rebuilding team bite on that type of return in exchange for a win-now wing? For the Kings, keep an eye on the Brooklyn Nets and Washington Wizards as potential trade partners. Sacramento has registered legitimate interest in Cam Johnson, Dorian Finney-Smith, and Kuzma, a league source confirmed to Forbes. That is juicy stuff right there. And it's pretty clear, and I appreciate Evan for kind of clarifying. We know he's got a lot of league sources clarifying that this might be more about this trade line than it is let's get through this season. Because I had somebody on the Sac chat earlier say, hey, as far as the Kings, maybe they're still learning to play with each other. There have been some injuries. Maybe they're still learning to win together when we talk about those clutch games. Well, that's all fine and good, but it doesn't seem, and Evan, some of this is Evan Sittery just saying from how he's taking it, and some of it is source. It's a combination. Doesn't really feel like it's all right, like the Knicks, right? The Knicks have made their moves. This season may not end up how the Knicks want, but they will build into going into next season, we think.
The Knicks have the same 6 players for the next 2 years, right? That group of 6 is going to be there for the next 2 years, even if they tinker around the edges.
Their big moves have been made. If they don't get to where they want to get to this season, most likely it will be, hey, first year playing together, they're still learning to play together. Let's see what happens next season. Most likely. Maybe I'm wrong. Look at the Timberwolves, right? So you never know. As far as the Kings are concerned, they haven't made the big move yet. And I don't think DeMar DeRozan is – I think he's part of it. But now that this is going on, I don't think it's to the point where we're going to sacrifice a whole season to see if they can get to see if they can get their get their sea legs under them. And then next season – if it's not doing it, we're gonna see what's there.
Well, hold on. Put a pause in that real quick, because all the trade indications have said the Kings core group of 5 is going to stay intact, right? Mm-hmm. Fox, Sabonis, DeRozan, Keegan, and Monk are pretty much all going to be here through the deadline.
Yes, and Sittery makes no mention of Keegan.
Yeah. In
this article, not that I saw, no mention of Keegan in the article. So I guess this will be okay. Add your Cam Johnson, add your Dorian Finney-Smith, but I still don't know if that's good enough for De'Aaron, because like I said, it's a very broad thing that he's saying.
No, and I think that's why there's not as much pressure on will De'Aaron or won't he sign the contract extension this offseason, because the core group of 5 is going to be the same probably through this, definitely through this season and probably into next year, right? It's probably going to be Fox, Sabonis, DeRozan, Monk, and Keegan. Everything else, they'll tinker around the edges and figure out if they can get a player potentially who's a number 4 or a number 3 without having to give up one of those core guys. We'll see what happens, but they'll figure that out down the offseason. I think, and Evan mentioned it in the story, it's the same trade packages as before, right? It's the Huerters, the Lyles, the Colby Joneses, and the draft picks that they're going out there to try and acquire a 4. He mentioned the names that he confirmed in a tweet. I can't remember what day it was earlier this week where we did the Sittery segment, but he confirmed in the tweet that it's like they're targeting Cam Johnson, they're targeting Kyle Kuzma, they're targeting Dorian Finney-Smith. They'll probably end up with one of them. We talked earlier this week, 2 of them would require giving up Keegan. The Kings aren't going to do that. So they'll probably end up with one of them if they make a trade in the next month.
Interesting stuff. All right. Well, as we continue to talk about what will happen with the Kings roster, we also need to talk about what's going to happen tonight. 1:00, we will get into our Kings-Lakers preview and what happened the last time they met. But I want to get to this sound from Mr. Steve Young, who had some things to say about Mr. Brock Purdy and the Niners' path to the playoffs. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Lakers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one, and if you want to save on a new Ford, you got to drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer & Associates. When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust, along with my entire team. I have been helping accident survivors recover compensation for their injuries for 25 years, and we can help you. There is no charge for calling. If you have an injury, just call Gingery.
Ready for winter? Forecasters are already predicting record sick days. Don't become a healthcare statistic. Fight sickness with fitness. Create a daily workout and stick to it. Let the Good Feet store help you meet your workout goals. With Good Feet Arch Supports, the pain in your feet, knees, hips, and back become history. And Good Feet Arch Supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Visit goodfeet.com for an appointment or just stop in. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville, and in Reno on South Virginia Street.
Ho, 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 ho. Looks like you made the ice list this year.
Santa, don't you mean the nice list?
No, ice, because Prestigio Jewelers carries all the ice you need.
For over 30 years, Prestigio Jewelers has offered in-house financing and fine jewelry. Guaranteed credit approval between $400 and $10,000 with no money down options. Make this Christmas season unforgettable. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. With locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno, or online at prestigiojewelers.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
There's never been a better time than now to get yourself into a brand new Jeep, because we're still celebrating Black Friday all month long at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. And there's a reason people keep coming back, because it's the place where a handshake still means something. Off Business 80 across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And Merry Christmas from Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Chest, hands, shoes, shoulders, chest, hands, or knees. The knees?
Head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
No, it's not it. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports. We are approaching the 1 o'clock Our 916 says, this all makes me uneasy. I know De'Aaron can say whatever he wants, but now it feels like his contract and apparent frustration would be an ongoing distraction. And yes, I know winning fixes everything. It's a great point, 916. We haven't really talked about this as a distraction. Now, I'd be lying to you if I didn't say that these type of things don't help my job and talking for 4 hours, along with Kyle Ledbetter helping me out. I'd be lying to you if I said this doesn't help. But from a team perspective, yeah, it is a little bit interesting that this is definitely going to leak in. I mean, the Kevin Huerter thing, the Trey Lyles thing, guys that are maybe going to get moved. We know that every team deals with that. But now you have this De'Aaron Fox every game. Is this good enough for De'Aaron? And who knows if people might feel some type of way about that. Is De'Aaron talking about me? Who's De'Aaron talking about? I mean, I think guys like Dougie McBuckets and Jake Crowder saying, yeah, I don't really know if I should be getting that much time. Dougie McBucket's probably thinking, yeah, De'Aaron, I probably shouldn't be starting next year, brother.
It's the meme from I Think You Should Leave with Tim Robinson. It's like, the bleep did I do, but it's just Orlando Robinson.
Yeah. So Isaac Jones thinking, I thought we were cool.
The part that I hate is that we're doing this so early. I'm like, dude, we still have 54 games left in the season and a whole nother season next year to do it if he doesn't sign the extension. Why? I just don't get why we're doing it now.
Yeah, and Dwayne on the sack chat when LeBron backed up, De'Aaron Fox saying he's on the verge of a superstar. Dwayne said that LeBron's always going to back clutch. I'm wondering, is this feeling a little? We talked about the guys being clutch with the C. Is this feeling a little clutchy to you? This De'Aaron Fox thing, is it feeling a little icky clutchy to you?
No.
Let's throw some things in here.
Because Whitey brought it up yesterday. Like when they talked to De'Aaron Fox at Media Day, he said the same thing to them. It just didn't go viral because it wasn't on Draymond Green's podcast.
He said it like 5 times. He said it multiple times.
He said it. He has said it. Not even like it's been reported even more times. He's said it at least 3 times that I can recall.
But Whitey also said, isn't it interesting? He continued. Now he's getting, and I told Whitey, look, he's getting asked the question, but Whitey did say, I think it's interesting that it's coming up so often, to your point, and that is saying it is what it is. Hey, I've already, and he's not going to do that on he's not going to do it on Draymond, both clutch, right? But hey, I've already addressed it. Like if there's no reason for it to come up again, but if it does, it should just moving forward. I've already addressed this. I'm focused on the season. At what point is he going to say I'm focused on this season? Because this season is cooked or what?
No, and that's the point. Is we shouldn't be doing this until like April or March.
But this is De'Aaron. This is why certain players will say, "Hey, I'm not anybody." When it is a contract season, yeah, we're going to handle that when it's time. He's being open, which I can appreciate.
Yeah.
But this is the frustration thing or the distraction thing, rather. It is a conversation to have. And I want to see what they look like tonight.
It's a conversation to have, but we're going to be having the same exact conversation, I guarantee you, July 1st.
Right, but we're having it now.
That's what I'm saying. That's what's disappointing.
That's clutchy to me.
It's disappointing that we are having the conversation. Maybe it's clutchy, or maybe it's
clutchy.
It's what did Sittery call it? The most interesting situation across the league to monitor.
I don't want that.
But then just don't.
It's happening
just
either
don't
way.
Pay attention to it.
No,
we can acknowledge that it's happened and move on.
No, because I do love it.
Just wait until like we're 70 games in.
No, it's too late.
Wait till we're 70 games in the 10 seed.
We're too far gone. All right. Are things too far gone with Brock Purdy looking at $60 million? You have Steve Young, who was on the Dan Patrick Show, who essentially said that you can't pay Brock that kind of money. Now, the main thing I want to focus on here is who Steve Young says in the same breath with Brock Purdy and whether or not you think this is fair. Here it is.
Would you want to spend $60 million?
So if you're going to spend, I think that Dak Prescott, the Cowboys are going to suffer for a long time because they paid him a number that now in many ways takes from the ability to build teams to go help you for the very thing that you need. And so that's the dilemma, because everyone loves Brock and loves his game and loves his efficiency, his leadership, and everything else. But we got to make sure we have the money to put the people with him to go win it. Because if the goal is Super Bowls, if the goal is winning some rank and file regular season games, maybe get to the playoffs, that's a different goal. And that might mean different. But if you're talking about we want to go to the Super Bowl, we need people to be there to help Brock. And if he doesn't, and so that it becomes just how much is there available? And it is a zero-sum game in some ways with the salary cap.
There it is. And Steve Young, I think I'm trying to recall, he talks about guys as well. He mentions the Jared Goffs of the world. He mentions some of these guys.
Kirk Cousins.
Yes, Kirk Cousins. I listened to more of it, but I wanted to cut it a little bit shorter. He also mentions Jared Goff and says, you can win with these guys, but you got to make sure that they have dudes around them. And then he says, even Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady, they took less money now to specific situations, but comparing Brock to the Jared Goffs of the world and the Kirk Cousins of the world, I think there are some Niners fans out there that would find that disrespectful, and maybe I might have found it disrespectful going into this season, but I don't know that I do anymore. I think he might be better than those guys, but I think he could be a Super Saiyan Jared Goff. I think that's a really good QB.
Okay, so Kirk Cousins, Jared Goff, do we regard those as like tier 3 quarterbacks?
No, because I would put Jared Goff and Baker, to be honest, in like a low tier 2.
Tier 2? Okay. So if that's our second tier of guys, then there's not what do we do with the Jalen Hurtses? What do we do with the Brock
That's top
Purdy?
tier 2. That's top tier 2 to me.
Okay, so yeah, so you're making a distinction there between the Jared Goffs and the Josh Allens.
Yes.
And that's kind of what this tier 2 kind of is.
Mhm.
So here's why I very much disagree with Steve Young.
Oh!
That backs up your point. Steve Young can be right about the Jared Goffs and the Kirk Cousins in terms of building around
The
them.
money
Yes. But for these tier 2 type of guys, whether that's Dak Prescott, Jalen Hurts, I would argue Tua Tagovailoa, Jordan Love. Sure.
Oh,
but
go on.
to that point, in order to build around those guys while they're making big money, the pressure then falls on the general manager. He mentioned Dak Prescott explicitly in saying that the Cowboys are going to suffer because of paying Dak Prescott that contract without even acknowledging that this isn't even the first time Dak Prescott is the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Because in 2020, they made Dak Prescott the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. And you know what the Dallas Cowboys did? They drafted CeeDee Lamb. The next year, they drafted Micah Parsons, got those players at discounts. And what do you know? They won 12 games for 3 seasons in a row and went 12-5 every year for 3 seasons and did not suffer a lick. They actually got better by extending Dak Prescott. So the misrepresentation of signing a tier 2 quarterback to a long-term extension means your team is going to take a step back is not true as long as the general manager is doing their job. John Lynch and the Niners front office have been given the gift of all gifts the last 2 years, which is a quarterback who makes $1 million.
Right.
Now y'all got to do your job. Now that he's making money, y'all got to do your job because he's doing his. It's a misrepresentation of that tier 2 of quarterback. The question then becomes, how good do you actually think Brock Purdy is? I think most people would say he's better than Baker Mayfield.
I would too, but I would say that I think he will be better than Baker, and he has essentially played better than Baker compared to where they've been at in their careers, and we can have the conversation about who Baker played for, the Browns, versus who Brock Purdy's played for, the Niners. If the Niners don't make the playoffs and then you get a pretty decent draft pick, right, then the conversation becomes, okay, well, stop missing on high draft picks as well, Niners. You have another opportunity to make the team better quickly. You reach for a Ricky Pearsall, okay? And we love the story, think he's going to be a good player, but when you drafted Ricky Pearsall, Brandon Ayuk was healthy. And then, obviously, you have the tragedy with Ricky Pearsall being shot. He comes back. And then you have that situation. And even with that situation, he comes back and he's been good. I don't know. It's not fair. You can't really assess Ricky Pearsall, but before he got shot, there were questions about him in training camp about his situation. I saw Drewski memes of Drewski acting like a wide receiver on the construction site. People saying Ricky Pearsall couldn't get separation. So you have to your point, Kyle, when you get given gifts, you have to take advantage. We spent time talking about the Nuggets and their draft picks, the Grizzlies and their draft picks. It's the same around all of sports. The Niners, I'll give you the path on the other side, and then we'll get into the Lakers Kings preview, because there is an opportunity, but if you don't have it, you have to take advantage of those situations. JR wants to be a part of the conversation. Rod wants to be a part of the conversation. You guys kick off our 1 o'clock segment. Don't move. 209 says Baker Mayfield will be awesome in a Niners uniform. 916 says, I feel like Baker has had a better year than Brock this year. Well, that's true too. Let's continue this Brock Purdy, Steve Young conversation. And Kyle Ledbetter has more ball knowledge than Steve Young, apparently. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Lakers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Fellas live on Netflix, and it's a gift you can't wrap. On December 25th, Netflix will be the home for 2 NFL Christmas Day games. At 1 p.m. Eastern, the 2024 Super Bowl winning Kansas City Chiefs face the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed by the Baltimore Ravens versus the Houston Texans at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's a holiday tradition you won't want to miss. Watch live only on Netflix. You won't want to miss it.
December deals just dropped at Lowe's. Get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional $75 off every $1,000 you spend on select kitchen major appliances from Whirlpool, KitchenAid, Amana, and Maytag. And save $30 on a Project Source 3-gallon pancake compressor. Was $79.98, now $49.98. Valid 12/19 through 12/25. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items. While supplies last. Tool offer valid 12/5 through 12/18. While supplies last.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop. Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Hey, it's time to open up your calendar app for some incredible live events coming your way. This is the Sacktown Sports Live Events Calendar, bringing you the hottest shows in town. Kick off 2025 with country superstars Dylan Scott and Jackson Dean. They're hitting the stage at Thunder Valley on January 10th for a night of hot country hits. Then on January 11th, laugh until your sides hurt with comedy legend Bill Engvall. He's performing live at Thunder Valley, a show you won't want to miss. And the one and only Justin Timberlake is bringing electrifying energy to the Golden One Center on January 15th. This is your chance to see an icon in action. For a more intimate vibe, catch Bryce Vine at Ace of Spades on January 25th. It'll be an unforgettable night of alternative hip-hop. And finally, looking ahead to February 20th, Old 60 lights up Ace of Spades with their unique blend of rock and soul. Get your tickets now because these shows will sell out fast. For details and updates, visit sacktownsports.com. And stay tuned. This is your ticket to the best live entertainment in the 916, the Sacktown Sports Live Events Calendar. The most wonderful time of the year has officially begun at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento. This is the sale you've been dreaming of with holiday hits on every aisle. 12 full days of unbeatable prices on only the best Makita products in town and much, much more. Free batteries with tools, free tools with batteries, and bare tools starting at just $99. So check us out at 6701 Power Inn Road in Sacramento or shop our Christmas deals online at fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Better tools, better prices.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khtk.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's happening, Chad, for the wrap-up the year sales event?
Well, I can't believe we made this work. I had to double check to make sure it was legit. But right now you can lease a new 2024 Dodge Hornet RT plug-in for as low as $5 a month plus tax for 24 months with $49.95 due at signing.
Oh, sorry, I must have misheard you. Did you say $5 a month?
I know, it's crazy. But for less than the cost of a cup of coffee each month, you can be driving around a brand new Dodge Hornet. But this $5 a month deal can't last long.
Yeah, I can see why. If you want a new car with a monthly payment half the price of a fast food meal, you better hurry to Hoblet Dodge in Woodland. Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$5 for 24-month lease offer before tax and license. Must be California West Business Center resident. Rebates include $6,500 SFS hybrid electric federal tax credit, subject to change without notice, and $2,500 West BC lease cash. $49.95 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year with 30-cent fee per mile over tax and license extra for this net savings. Sample VIN A13914. See dealer for details.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sit-Down Sports, 1140. Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
916-339-1140. JR still hanging on. We are about to get into our Kings-Lakers preview. Sorry, Whitey texted me. So we'll talk about that one. Whitey. Actually, he's not going to come in because they're at the arena. But Whitey Gleason helping us out as always. Before we get into Kings-Lakers, we were talking some Brock Purdy, and that got the phones ringing and the texts coming in. Steve Young basically put Brock Purdy in the same category as Kirk Cousins, Jared Goff. You can win with them, but you don't need to give them $60 million, whatever the case is. And we started throwing around the name Baker Mayfield. And some listeners said Baker would look great in a Niners uniform. Baker, I've always thought Baker got kind of a bad rap. And at Oklahoma, you know me, I'm a fiery guy. I liked Baker. I thought it was actually hilarious that he went number 1 overall as far as his measurables, right? And the fact that he pulled that off, I thought was incredible. But he had a rough go with the Browns, ends up taking to them in the playoffs, bounced around a little bit, found a home with the Bucs. And he did have a better season than Brock Purdy, at least it seems like it. But a lot of people would say better weapons, which I think is interesting. I mean, they have a really weird running game with their 2 running backs, Rashad White and Bucky Irving. And they have Cade Otton, who's another good tight end up and coming. They lose Godwin in that very questionable decision when the game was essentially either won or lost. Mike Evans has been in and out, but Baker has played really, really well down there in Tampa. And as we joke about the NFC South just always bringing in older QBs or QBs that maybe you can just be good enough to get us into the NFC South playoffs, it actually worked with Baker, and he got that contract. And a lot of people are thinking, hey, shouldn't Brock get some type of Baker Mayfield contract? That's not going to be the case. 916-339-1140. Let's go to JR. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, JR? What you got for us?
Hey, I wish Whitey would stop texting us.
I know.
Work to do.
I know. He's trying to help, though. He's trying to help.
You tell him JR says his football shape pretzels are stale.
I will.
Okay, he'll remember. That's an old story from way back. He used to sell football pretzels when he was living in the Bay Area when he was a younger kid. It's a pretty funny story. Anyway, hey, Christmas Eve, gonna have lasagna, the family tradition.
Okay.
It's the bomb. It comes from the homeland. Good stuff.
Are you making it?
Well, my sister kind of got my dad's recipe, but whatever. I eat it. I eat a lot of it. And I sit there with my red wine and ho ho ho.
Let me guess. You. I want to say you're a cab guy, but that's too basic. You're probably a Merlot guy.
I like Merlot with the lasagna because it's a little thicker, but the cab goes well if you had to. None of that white stuff.
Okay, what you got for us? Niners or Kings?
How about these numbers we're throwing at? I know you threw out Fox. Of course, you're talking Purdy. You got Soto. Is it crazy the numbers people throw around at these athletes these days?
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're talking hundreds of millions, soon probably someone with $1 billion. I mean, they can own a state in the United States. It is just numbers that I blow my brain away of young men, and all power to them. Yeah. They're entertaining. I go to games, pay my money, all that. But, boy, these are big numbers people get.
And they're going to get crazier. They're going to keep getting crazier.
Yeah, I don't know. I sit there and go, okay, yeah, this is not even real money. I mean, there's not even this reality of me trying to get a few coins here on the curb.
Is that it?
It's crazy. That's it. I love Brock, though. I hope he stays, but that's a lot of money for a quarterback that hasn't won you a Super Bowl yet.
Thanks for the call.
Super Bowl, not won it. All right, brother.
Thanks for the call, JR. I mean, look, Dak got 60. He hasn't even been to a Super. He hasn't even. Come on, Dak got 60. So keep that in mind. And I know I think the Dak comparison is perfect because people don't, or you just say put Dak in the, even though it's not the same, in the Deshaun Watson contract category and just say, hey, just because, and that's what Steve Young is saying, hey, just because the Cowboys made a bad decision, or he feels like it's a bad decision in his opinion, doesn't mean the Niners have to. But if y'all all think that Brock Purdy is better than Dak, then why should, because I think most Niner fans think that Brock Purdy's better than Dak.
Well, the flip side of it is Brock Purdy doesn't think that contract was a mistake. Brock Purdy's agent doesn't think that contract was a mistake.
Definitely does not. So we all think, all you Niner fans think that Brock is better than Dak, but I guess your argument is, well, the Cowboys made a bad decision, but if I'm Brock's agent, I'm saying, look, everybody thinks I'm going to be better than Dak or I'm better than Dak. So if Dak got 60, why I got to take a pay cut? I'm not married. I don't know anything about Brock's wife, but I don't think that's a Giselle situation going on there.
No, definitely not that situation. Let's do this game real quick before we move on. So the tier 1 quarterbacks, just thinking off the top of our head, are Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert.
I don't know if I'm putting Herbert there.
Okay.
I think it's the big 4 right now.
It's that 4?
Yeah.
Okay, so then we look at tier 2. You're talking about Justin Herbert, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott,
Brock. Yeah.
I would go Tua.
I would not.
Okay, that's fine with you. And then you have the Kyler Murray, maybe. Kyler Murray's maybe in that group. Then you Matthew Stafford's in that group. And then you have the next group, which is your Jared Goff's,
Baker Mayfield,
Geno Smith, your tier 3 kind of quarterbacks. So if just establishing that up front, we don't have to debate it. But if that's the groups we're talking about, Jordan Love is in the second tier also. Then you're getting that second tier contract, and I think the only reason Mahomes's and Josh Allen's and Lamar Jackson was there, but he signed his extension 2 years ago, is they just haven't signed an extension in a while, and when they do, they'll be right back at the top of that market.
Right. You have the Dak Prescott contract, and you got that Trevor Lawrence contract that just...
Yeah, but that one I understood why they did it.
No, me too, but it's still there.
It's still the Jaguars.
I'm talking as Brock's agent.
Oh,
okay?
yeah.
This is
ain't no world where Brock Purdy's making less than Trevor Lawrence.
I don't think they're gonna allow that.
No way, no how. That's why I'm saying the floor is 55, the ceiling is 65 or 60 plus. Dak's at 60 a year. Brock's looking at 60 plus a year with probably some guarantees mixed in there, because that's what the going rate is for a tier 2 quarterback. They don't have to be an elite quarterback. They just need to be your elite quarterback.
There you go. Let's see if the Kings can be elite tonight. I think both teams were elite in the Kings' first matchup as we start our Kings-Lakers preview. What can the Kings learn from their first matchup versus the Lakers? The Kings had no answers for LeBron, and he had 16 points in that fourth quarter. He went off. Tonight, they better hope Keegan plays, and it looks like he is. Keegan is saying he's playing. So I don't believe Keegan is going to say that if he hasn't gotten some type of clearance. So seems like Keegan is going to play. And even with Keegan, there were no answers. All 5 starters scored 16 points or more. D'Angelo Russell is now coming off the bench for the Lakers. I feel like that's just something that is a rotation that happens, and we're just in a certain cycle with D'Angelo Russell where we're right now, and he does not normally play well against the Kings. He's just too cool for school. I think I'm an AAU player, and I'm just going to warm up, and I just want to take shots. He's not jumping on the floor. He's not, I don't want to say he doesn't play hard, but he's not that gritty type of player, and that just doesn't, and he just doesn't play very, besides all that, he just doesn't play very fast. You talk about no urgency. De'Aaron Fox is a fast player. Sometimes the team has an issue with urgency. The team plays fast. They don't play as fast with DeMar DeRozan, which, funny enough, might be one of the reasons why they lost to the Lakers when they swept the Lakers last season. But D'Angelo Russell does not play very fast at all, and it has not done well. As we get into prop talk in the last segment, I might look at what D'Angelo Russell has and go under, because he does not play well against the Kings. He doesn't want to defend, and he doesn't like being defended against, and they play very fast, and he does not. The Lakers are 11-12 since that last game against the Kings. They started out hot, and they cooled off quickly.
Very quickly. We'll dive into the numbers later. That 11-12 doesn't even tell the whole story for the Lakers, because they are not good.
No.
Which is tough to swallow, because obviously Anthony Davis and Sabonis have their thing where it was Sabonis was 10-0 and now he's 10-1 against Anthony Davis, and that's obviously been part of the story between these two. But it again comes down to, like, LeBron James. Do the Kings have answers for him? I know he's not LeBron James, best player in the league anymore, but it still comes back to, do the Kings have answers for LeBron James? Just like we've been saying for damn near 21 years.
Yeah, and the other thing I read somewhere, I think it was one of those anonymous league execs said that they have to stop with the Austin Reeves thing. You know, Austin Reeves, I think, is a cautionary tale to a lot of these teams. And I'm not saying that the Lakers would be in a much better spot, but I remember thinking it was kind of ridiculous. And I know some people, I remember Chris Watkins is higher on Austin Reeves than others, but I know when the Austin Reeves untouchable thing came out, what was that, 3-4 years ago? I thought it was absurd. And I said some things, obviously I wasn't at this station. I said some things, how should I say this? In the realm of marketability, I thought that Austin Reeves was maybe untouchable because of his marketability as much as what he was doing on the basketball
court. And you would
court.
be correct, because when I was driving through Los Angeles, you know who I saw on buses more than anyone else? Austin Reeves for some law firm that couldn't get LeBron or Anthony Davis.
Next up, Austin Reeves. So he's marketable. People love his story. Okay, he can dance on people. He's got that game that these young kids and young players like to watch. But you have him as your third best player in some form of him or Rui Hachimura, and the anonymous exec said, you're not winning anything with Austin Reeves as your third best player.
Yeah, but I understand the Lakers still have that 1-2 punch that is, if not number 1, number 2 or 3 in terms of best 1-2 punches in the NBA. But The thing that's weird about this Lakers team is there is no number 3. It's just a revolving door of names that they tried to put.
No, I know, because Rui Hachimura will get red hot in a game.
Yeah,
he will take over,
and so will like Cam Reddish in a random game too.
Yeah,
I think they're starting Max Christie now, and it's like, sure, the Lakers are just trying to mix and match something, and it's just not working. It's really not working.
I'll tell you this, and I got to be honest with you. Like I said, prop talk. I do look at Austin Reeves a little differently because he is on my banned list. That man has cooked, not me, but a buddy. Yeah. That man has cooked so many lineups. Okay, so I got to be honest. And okay, he's averaging 4 more points than he has than he does for his career average, 16.9 points this season to 12.9 throughout his career. Same amount, literally same amount of rebounds and 5 assists compared to 3.9, shooting 35% from 3-point range. So who knows? Maybe it'll be him tonight. He only shoots 79% from free throw. Maybe it'll be Rui Hachimura, but they decided to make him untouchable, and I thought it was absurd then, and I still think it is now.
I know I joked about this yesterday when we were talking about how dumb the 2023 Lakers was, but I will never, for the rest of my basketball watching life, be able to get out of my head that first round series where I saw the Lakers down 1 in Memphis, 30 seconds to go. Austin Reeves called off LeBron James at the top of the key. LeBron was coming to get the ball. He called off LeBron James, hit a step back shot from the free throw line, and that was when he yelled, "I'm him."
Yeah, and he made it.
Yeah, but Austin Reeves called off LeBron James on a last-second ISO, and I will never think that will never not be funny to me.
It's something about that Lakers uniform, because I remember Jeremy Lin calling off Kobe Bryant at some point. That was
Nick Young stealing a shot that was supposed to go to Jordan Clarkson and hitting the game winner.
All right, let's continue to Kings-Lakers preview on the other side. Are you feeling good about the Kings? Give us your predictions. 916-339-1140. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards concert tickets for your daughter to see that singer who sings about painful breakups. And one song will inspire your little beauty to break up with that beast she's dating, Brian. Instead, she'll date someone who's nice and worthy of her love, not someone who addresses you and your spouse as bro. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. as we get you ready for Lakers Kings. Kings lost the first matchup. That was another one. Again, Kyle, that was a really good game. That was a really good game. That was vintage LeBron. And whenever LeBron does stuff like this, you always think, hey, this isn't sustainable. And again, early on in the season, LeBron doing LeBron-type things, and now later on into the season, we're only, 25 games in, hey, it doesn't really look like LeBron is going to be able to continue to play at that level the way he played against the Kings. So he'll be able to find it in spurts, as he always will, but doing what he did every single night, they just haven't found. They are a team, and, who was it? I think it was Dwayne on the call line said, hey, let's think about De'Aaron Fox to the Lakers. I don't think a lot of Kings fans, even if you want to move off of De'Aaron, would want to send him to the Lakers, but they never found that third star. I don't think the Lakers are a Cam Johnson away. I really don't.
Yeah, the last time the Kings played the Lakers, I was sitting in that studio in the chair right next to you. Me and Henry Turner were watching the game together, and as that was happening and they were hitting shot after shot after shot, that was the first thing Henry said, was like, they're defending. It's LeBron, man. Keegan's defending him. Keegan's just getting cooked. They were rotating Sabonis. Sabonis is getting cooked. That's just LeBron, man. And I think that game It was early in the season, obviously, too. I think it was the second game of the year, so there weren't like the concerns about like, oh my gosh, the entire season is in jeopardy because we're only 2 games in. It was more so an appreciation of LeBron. I remember Katie on the broadcast kind of saying the same thing, is like, this is just one of the greatest players doing something literally unprecedented, which is 16 points in a quarter, come from behind win against the Kings, and doing it in year 21. I think there was a pretty deep appreciation for what LeBron was doing right out the gate there.
And it's funny because that's kind of how the season started. You had the Timberwolves-Kings game, and I'll never forget, and I'm not taking anything away from anyone because it was the first game, but everyone's spirits were so high, right? And it was, hey, we lost, but the Timberwolves just lost to the Lakers. They were super hungry. They didn't want to go 0-2, and we had a chance to win it. Keegan had a decent look, even though it was a double pump on the 3, and it just didn't work out. Then you had the Laker game. Hey, and don't forget, they didn't win a preseason game. So you're rolling in from that. You lose the game against the Timberwolves. Hey, it's LeBron. He can't do that every single season. And you looked up and they were 0-2. And again, to your point, the broadcast and others were still thinking, all right, well, don't love it, but it is what it is. And then you get that W against the Trailblazers, and you start to move in the right direction. So it's been a really, I guess, interesting start to the season, a tumultuous, that maybe sounds too much, but it's getting there with all of this stuff from De'Aaron Fox and what's coming out of his camp. Not what he just said, but now how it's being over and over. You know what it reminds me of, Kyle? I love those relationship comparisons. It kind of reminds me of somebody who you try to pursue them and they tell you no. And he's not telling the Kings no, but it's almost as if, hey, I heard it already. And the first time you hear it, it doesn't really bother you because, hey, it is what it is. Hey, Allen, you're just not my type, right? And it's, hey, all good, we're out there. Obviously, I'm talking about my single days, but hey, it's all good, everybody, different strokes for different folks. It's okay. No, Allen, but seriously, like, you are not my type at all. Okay, hey, like I said, I got you. I'm not going back and forth with you. No, you don't understand. I have like 3 different types, A, B, and C, and you're not even at the bottom of that's kind of how it sounds with It's just, we know the team needs to get better. We don't need to keep hearing it over and over again.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just a lucky guy or a fine gentleman, but I've never had that.
No, it hasn't happened to me.
Are you sure about that?
No, it hasn't happened to me. I'm just saying, if it did, it's no, it hasn't happened to me.
I don't know if I've heard of that happening to my friends either. This seems like, who hurt you,
No,
Allen?
it's not. It didn't happen to me.
Who hurt you?
I'm just saying, in theory.
It's just you and me here right now.
I'm just saying, in theory, that's what it kind of feels like. We've already heard it.
What was their name? Huh?
There's nobody. It doesn't exist. This never happened.
12th grade? Is this junior college?
It doesn't happen. It was middle school, but it never happened. All right. I was a late bloomer. Okay. Let's get to the Kings-Lakers offensive and defensive ratings. You have the Lakers 15th in offensive rating. They are 21st in defensive rating. 22nd in net rating. The Lakers have the highest record above expected of any team. They are 14-12. They are 10-6 with their expected win-loss record. They have a chance, or the Kings have a chance to get right in clutch time. The Lakers are the second worst team, the second worst fourth quarter team in the NBA at -56, which is crazy because you got LeBron. And I know a lot of people used to say LeBron's not clutch, but you got LeBron, you got AD, and they can't figure. It's going to be who wants to blow this game the least.
Yeah, this is the problem. You've got anti-clutch in Anthony Davis, which is when the going gets tough, he takes a pull-up jumper from 20 feet.
Yeah.
And I know he hit that one buzzer beater that he can hold for the rest of his career in the bubble. Yes, which won a championship for the Lakers.
Yeah, and I said Kobe.
Yeah,
Kobe.
Again, he has that one,
Yeah.
but for like we have a pretty representative sample size of when the going gets tough and the big men start battling. Anthony Davis is going to take a 20-foot mid-range pull-up after catching the ball in the post. He's going to face up and pull up from 20 feet.
We will continue the conversation again, a chance for the Kings to get right back on the winning side of things. And in the clutch, if it comes down to that, we have the preview. We have the injury report as well on the other side. Give us your predictions. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find De'Aaron Fox is Sacktown Sports.
Spins away from the defender. In the paint. Soft floater. That's a great play by De'Aaron Fox.
Hey, Sacramento. It's De'Aaron Fox, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. For your Thursday, we'll have sun and clouds this afternoon, and temperatures will peak in the upper 50s along with light winds. Overnight lows will drop back to the 40s with more fog developing. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
It's the year-end event right now at Folsom Lake Kia with huge year-end savings, low finance rates, and zero-down deals with approved credit. Come see my friends at Folsom Lake Kia and tell them DC sent you. FolsomLakeKia.com.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. Because at the Sacramento Area Sewer District, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, we own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And our job is to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. So whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night. The Sacramento Area Sewer District. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
Yeah, that's my girl.
Dylan Scott, Country Till I Die Tour. Platinum selling artist Dylan Scott. With special guests Jackson Dean and Avery Anna.
You just can't have mine. Thank God she loves me. God knows I got so lucky.
Friday, January 10th, 7 p.m. The venue in Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tom's Watch Bar, your ultimate sports watching destination for all Kings games, hosted live by Sacktown Sports. With 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drink, and game day vibes that match being at the game, Tom's Watch Bar is the ultimate game day experience for all Sacramento Kings fans.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
It's time now for your 49er injury report, brought to you by the offices of J.G. Winter Law. In the game versus Los Angeles, the 49ers got back two key defensive players in defensive end Nick Bosa and linebacker Dre Greenlaw. Greenlaw, however, experienced Achilles soreness and played little in the second half. Also, safety Javier Brown left in the second half with a groin injury. Niners lose 12-6 to Los Angeles and fall to 6-8 on the year. Next up for the 49ers, it's Miami.
Serious accident. You deserve the law offices of Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237. Jeremy lost his mother in a car accident and knows firsthand the pain caused by tragedy. That is why he became an attorney to fight for others who are going through a tragedy. If you've been seriously injured in an accident, you deserve more. You deserve better. You deserve Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237. 3237.
The most wonderful time of the year has officially begun at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento. This is the sale you've been dreaming of, with holiday hits on every aisle. 12 full days of unbeatable prices on only the best Makita products in town, and much, much more. Free batteries with tools, free tools with batteries, and bare tools starting at just $99. So check us out at 6701 Power Inn Road in Sacramento, or shop our Christmas deals online at fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Better tools, better prices.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
So now I'm getting roasted. Allen Stiles, 30 more minutes with you. We're about to get into prop talk on the other side, trying to make you some cheese. And I've been hot, okay? When it's just one pick, you can be hot. When I start trying to cobble together 5 and 6 and send Toddler Styles to college, that's where you can get into a little bit of trouble.
That's where Toddler Styles is not getting.
That's where I say, honey, you better get that scholarship and that NIL and keep it pushing.
Hey, community colleges are nice these days.
So, thank you for that, Kyle. So, community colleges, junior college, this is insane. Vanderbilt QB, we're about to get into the injury report for Kings Lakers, but had to, as a huge advocate for JUCO, a Vanderbilt QB argued essentially that you shouldn't lose your NCAA eligibility because you went to a junior college. And you know what? Whether you agree with it or not, I have no clue if I do or not. And I went to a junior college before I went to Temple University. He won.
He did?
He won.
Wow. When you say a Vanderbilt QB, this is the Vanderbilt QB, Diego Pavia.
That's right.
Yes.
So they won.
Oh, there's lore about Diego Pavia, but continue.
Yeah, so they won as the plaintiff, and now, as of yesterday, I'm sure things still need to get fully baked out, but as of yesterday, you can go to a junior college, play 1 or 2 years, and then still have all 4 years of eligibility when you go to whatever college that you'll probably end up leaving anyway because of the transfer portal.
Like Diego Pavia.
And at first I thought, man, this is going to destroy high school recruiting. But honestly, with the portal, there's so much bouncing around anyway. I really don't know how much of a difference it makes because that same high schooler, oh, okay, well, I read, and I even posted at the time, I read, why would a college recruiter go to a high school rather than when they can just get a 21-year-old or a 20-year-old from a junior college? And that might be true, but the reality is every year you're dealing with people moving and shaking anyway. So at every year you're just looking for the best player that can put you in the best position for that year. That's it.
That's the ding right there, is whether it's I think Oklahoma State had an option for a quarterback who could have been an 8th-year senior, whether it's the 26-year-old quarterback who's been in college for 7 years or the 18-year-old 5-star prospect. What this does is just set it up that the best, if we're just talking about this in the quarterback frame, the best 130 quarterbacks eligible are going to be occupying the 130 jobs because there's just so much freedom of movement and necessity for a quarterback that it's just whoever the best 130 are, those are going to be the ones who occupy the job.
And it's also there's no more, oh, well, this guy's a senior, even though this sophomore's pretty. There's no more of that.
Yes,
exactly. There's no more of that.
Real quick before we move on from this, can I just give 45 seconds of the lore of Diego Pavia?
Sure.
So Diego Pavia was originally at New Mexico State, where he infamously, we first learned about him when he was the guy who peed on the logo of the University of New Mexico on video and then got in trouble for doing that. Anyways, he had an awesome career at New Mexico State. He beat Hugh Freeze at 2 different schools. He beat him at Liberty and Auburn. Transferred to Vanderbilt, beat Hugh Freeze again while he was at Auburn. So beat him 3 times at 3 different schools. This year, Vanderbilt beat Alabama, and Diego Pavia had, I think, the greatest quote of all time, which was in the post-game presser, "God put me on this earth to win this football game," before immediately turning to his teammate on the right and screaming, "Let's effing go." Like back to back within 2 seconds of him just saying that. I love Diego Pavia so much, and I'm glad that he now won his lawsuit, because I heard that it was happening, but I just assumed he was going to lose. I had no idea he was actually going to win the lawsuit.
Yeah, he decided to commit to play JUCO football at New Mexico Military Institute. In November 2024, while playing at Vanderbilt, Pavia filed a lawsuit against the NCAA alleging that NCAA NIL policies for red shirts and JUCO years violated the Sherman Antitrust Act, which prescribes a rule of free competition among those engaged in commerce and consequently prohibits unfair monopolies. It was passed by Congress and is named for Senator John Sherman, its principal author. So I think bringing NIL into the fold basically changed what eligibility should look like. And I guess he woke up one day and said, you know what? This doesn't make any sense. I want to make some more money. So now there's going to be 24, 25-year-olds that are juniors in college. And hey, it's just a different world now.
Diego Pavia is going to make high 6 figures next season being a college quarterback. I don't know if he stays at Vanderbilt or goes somewhere else, but Diego Pavia is going to make high 6 figures as a starting quarterback somewhere.
It's a career model now versus this will lead you into a career. You can leave college and say, hey, that started my career.
Oh, this is already happening in college too, because Quinn Ewers, who's the quarterback for Texas, is about to get replaced by Arch Manning.
Mm-hmm.
But there's talks that he's expected to be like a 3rd or 4th round pick, and his NIL funding at another school could be $3 to $4 million for 1 year. So he might make more money staying in college for 1 more year instead of being a 4th round pick in the NFL.
And Gronk and Gronk said it. He was at the LA Bowl for some reason. He was at the LA Bowl
because he's sponsoring it. It's the LA Bowl presented by Gronk.
So Gronk is there talking about, literally saying these guys are making more money in college than the NFL, and in some situations he's not wrong. Crazy stuff. Let's get back into Kings Lakers. So Keegan Murray has essentially said he is playing. So we expect to see Keegan Murray. Trey Lyles is also expected to return. Domantas Sabonis, he's going to go through shoot around, which might happen during the drive guys or during game night. But Domantas Sabonis, Kevin Huerter feels like we will find out closer to game time. As far as the Lakers are concerned, Anthony Davis, probable with his foot. LeBron James, questionable with his foot, but he's been everywhere during the show. Really, he's been doing a lot of media availability, talking about De'Aaron Fox and DeMar DeRozan, his longevity in the game. Feels like LeBron's going to play. Jalen Hood-Schifino is out with the hamstring, and Jared Vanderbilt is out, fluid in his knee. So that's what it's looking like.
Just a quick update. It's basically what you said, but just to clarify it, the injury report that came out in the last hour doesn't even list Trey Lyles. So
That's right.
Trey Lyles is playing tonight.
That's right. So Trey Lyles is in. We believe Keegan Murray thinks he's in. So we think Keegan Murray will be in.
Thinks he's in. They're all listed as questionable still, but Keegan Murray is
besides Trey.
Yeah, the other 3, the Sabonis, Murray, and Huerter. I guess I'm assuming Herter's not going to play because he hasn't really practiced yet. He went through non-contact shoot around, but not playing. So I don't think Herter's going to play, but we'll see. The drive guys and game night will have your updates later.
Yeah, so the Kings will not be at full strength. You could say that the Lakers won't be either. There's really no point in comparing who has who. The Kings have to win basketball games. And we spent so much time talking about the future with De'Aaron Fox. Well, how about the present? You got to win some basketball games. You got to get back on the right side of things. And if you're the Sacramento Kings, you just got to have some pride. You've already lost to the Lakers one time this season. LeBron James balled out on you. Okay, I'm looking at Keegan Murray, who should be returning. I'm looking at Trey Lyles. I mean, here's the tough part, and I'm trying to be as fair as possible. But there is so much time as far as Trey Lyles coming back from injury at some point. Wasn't it one of the first games Trey came back last season where he had either 4 or 5 3-pointers? I think it might have been against the Clippers or the Grizzlies, and they won that game, maybe even the Timberwolves. They won that game. That's what I'm looking for, not to get into the dog segment too quickly, but that's what I'm looking for. I maybe it's not fair, but dang it, how fair can we get as we get deeper into the season? You got to win some ball games. So, no, you're not going to be at full strength. Look, Lakers don't even know what Jared Vanderbilt's jump shot looks like anymore. So you got to find a way to win these basketball games some way, somehow. The Lakers aren't playing well. They're 11-12 since they beat you, and you had a great chance to win that game. So you got to dig deep here, and you got Mike Brown challenging De'Aaron Fox. You got a lot of noise starting to happen. Silence, you know what silence is? The noise wins. So go get one. All right, one more segment, prop talk dog segment. Predictions will get you that gambling line, whether or not you think the Kings will cover if they're favorites or the Lakers will cover. Either way. One more segment with you, then we hand you over to the Drive Guys. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, Folsom Lake Ford. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, like America's best-selling F-Series. Check out a huge selection of Mavericks, F-150s, and Super Duty trucks, or tech-filled SUVs like Explorers and Expeditions, plus a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. All in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with 0 down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest finance rates. And Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they are my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. For 35 years and counting, come down and take a test drive today. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. It's Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Good Guys Heating and Cooling. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Seasons change, but if you hope to stay healthy, your body needs to stay active year-round, whether that's in the gym or on the trail or at work, and that's where the Good Feet store can help. Good Feet's personalized arch support system supports all 4 arches, relieving pain in your feet, knees, hips, and back. And Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Visit goodfeet.com for an appointment or stop in for a free fitting. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville, and in Reno on South Virginia Street.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave coming to you from my good friends at American Energy. Look, it's already cold outside. It's only going to get colder. American Energy wants to help you stay warm and make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of the $49 tune-up inspection. Normally $119, $49 right now, and that includes a full safety and duct inspection. And check it out. If your system's over 10 years old, and I'll bet it is, the tune-up, yeah, it's free. It's free from a company that's been in business since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ Better Business Bureau. Check their Yelp, check their Google reviews. Don't take my word for it. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. If you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Check them out at theaeway.com and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Meta Chevy saves you $8,000 off MSRP on new 2025 half-ton Silverado LT and RST after rebates.
Year-end savings on now with $8,000 off new Silverados at MetaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Yeah, that JUCO. You guys know I love being a JUCO advocate. The junior college rule passed yesterday. Junior college athletes will still have 4 years of eligibility if they go D1 after that. 530 on the text line is asking, shouldn't they just have allowed JUCO kids to be eligible for NIL? Head scratching. Well, I think the way I understand it, 530, is that you can get NIL while at a JUCO, but the opportunities are just so much smaller. So now you get 4 years to make as much NIL money as you can on a larger platform. So it's not that you can't get NIL at a JUCO. It's that you could imagine maybe a local pizza place or whatever it is. How much NIL money is there for a junior college? I mean, I'm trying to think of, maybe those junior college, like Laney, who was on Last Chance U or something like that season, right? Maybe something like that. But yeah, it's not that they couldn't get it, but it's just not a huge opportunity, and you're getting 4 years to make as much money as possible. So there you have it. People are giving me a couple segments ago, and we're about to get into Prop Talk Dog segment and our predictions, 916-339. If you want to, 1140, if you want to give us your predictions or your prop talk. If you got a line that we're missing, Kyle and I are about to give ours. And of course, our dogs tell us who's going to ball out tonight against the Lakers. But I was comparing De'Aaron Fox, and I was comparing De'Aaron Fox to that person that if somebody were to turn you down over and over again, and they tell you, hey, you're not my type, and you don't really fight it, and they say, no, I just want you to be clear that you're not my type. And now everybody is joking. Kyle is saying, who hurt you? People in the Sack chat are saying, Allen, who hurt you? Nobody hurt me, okay? I'm fine. It was just an example. Nobody hurt me. It was just an example. All right, Kyle, let's have some fun with this. Let's get to we'll do dog segment first, if you could, because I know we're still trying to figure out our props for prop talk. So let's go dogs. Okay.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Kyle, I'm going to start with the Sacramento Kings, of course, and the dog segment. I think I'm going to keep this one simple, Kyle. I think I'm going to go with Keon Ellis. Like I said, and I know somebody said, hey, didn't D'Angelo Russell ball out against didn't he ball out against the Kings? Yeah, I mean, he has before, but at the end of the day, most of the time, D'Angelo Russell struggles, right? He's coming off the bench now. And the reason I bring that up is because Keon Ellis is somebody that is always going to show up in a big way. And when he gets that time, especially with possibly no Kevin Huerter again and Keegan Murray coming back from injury, Trey Lyles, you need that bench scoring somewhere. So I'm looking at Keon Ellis, Kyle, to get it done.
I like Keon Ellis as the pick tonight, especially because the Lakers – last time they played, they just needed somebody who could guard, right? They had Sabonis on AD, and they just needed someone who could put something else together, which is why I'm inclined to go with Keegan Murray. But you know what? Just saying Keegan Murray's tasked with stopping LeBron James, who still has not had less than 10 points in 5,000 basketball games or whatever it is. That just seems a little bit unfair. So I think tonight I'm going to go with Mr. DeMar DeRozan. as my dog.
Okay.
Because DeMar DeRozan is getting a lot of flack for fumbling the ball at the end of that last game, despite the fact that he played pretty well. I mean, he had a tough fourth quarter, and we talked about that on Tuesday. 1 for 6 from the field, 0 for 1 from 3. Ended up having the fumble at the end of the game. So you know what? I know that I questioned, have they stopped doing the not like us when DeMar DeRozan hits the basket? Because I haven't heard it. If they didn't play it once at the arena.
Maybe he told him to stop. I got to check tonight. I wasn't there last game, but I got to check tonight because that would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, just follow up with that for me. But yeah, I would go DeMar DeRozan tonight just because DeMar DeRozan had a tough run in the last game. Tough, he had a good game. People are giving him a little flack. So give me DeMar DeRozan tonight with, we'll call it 30-point game.
Okay.
30-point game for DeMar DeRozan. And he's going to be our dog of the game.
All right. Well, and the other thing, that's a big dog. That's a lion. That's a lion. Okay, that's a dog. And the other thing with DeMar is you always got to remember this is a team in the Lakers who didn't really pursue DeMar, and he's the hometown guy. So, and some people are saying, well, the whole winning basketball thing. So I think DeMar might have a little chip on his shoulder. So I like that pick for DeMar. All right, this is a tough one to do prop talk because we're just going to assume that Domantas Sabonis is playing.
Yeah.
I think that's the easiest way to go about it. You have Keegan Murray as well, who we know Keegan Murray is playing. He's going to be tasked with guarding whoever's hot. I mean, he could be on Rui Hachimura. He could be on a couple different guys. LeBron James, obviously. So I want to go with De'Aaron because there are a couple different revenge situations going on. You have DeMar DeRozan, that's his hometown team, the Lakers. You have Malik Monk, who I think Malik Monk always has something for the Lakers. Sometimes Malik does press a little bit, so they have bumped De'Aaron. He's at 25 points, Kyle. He just eclipsed 29 last game. I'm actually, man.
It's creeping up, though. You see it. It's the numbers creeping up from where it wasn't. We were stuck at 24 with De'Aaron for the longest time.
I'm going to go with a combo because Mike Brown, like I said, he had some things to say about De'Aaron Fox, right? I mean, that's what it is. And I think De'Aaron Fox, the podcast came out with Draymond. I think De'Aaron's going to do a combo tonight. I'm going to take De'Aaron over 32 points and assists.
Okay.
He's set at 25, just so everyone knows, he's set at 25 points. He's set at 6.5 assists. I'm going to take De'Aaron at 32 over points and assists.
See, I was kind of seeing that same one. I was like, if you're going to do points, the points and assist one makes a little bit more sense. I've got my Kings one here, but since you have the numbers in front of you, for the Lakers, I'm curious, what is the Anthony Davis points set at? Because I would imagine, assuming Sabonis is going to play
27.
Again, 27. Okay, so
I'm not touching that
because we don't know if Sabonis is playing or not. But I'm thinking like if you're playing the double P's or whatever app or daily fantasy or over under game you're playing, get value now because if Sabonis is out, that thing's going to go up.
Right.
So maybe you take a 50-50 stab at maybe Sabonis is going to play, but. The one I feel good about is little Uncle Keegs with his swollen foot, I think is what he called it earlier, with his swollen foot that he jammed in the Rockets game. They only have him at 6.5 rebounds. I'm like, Keegan's averaging like 7 and probably like 8 or 9 over the last few games. Like that feels super low on the rebounding numbers for Keegan. So I don't know. I'll say over 6.5 rebounds for Mr. Keegan Murray because I feel like Keegan Murray gets 7 rebounds every game recently.
And there is a reason, funny enough, Kyle, I'm on the app. Everything for the Kings disappeared. And whenever that happens, that means something just happened. I go to social media 6 minutes ago, according to Sean Cunningham, According to sources, Keegan Murray.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
No, it's not. But it is great news. According to sources, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis, and Kevin Huerter will all be available tonight when the Kings host the Lakers.
Woo!
Wow, this is interesting. However, Trey Lyles did experience some soreness this morning. He will get some treatment prior to the game and is now questionable. So the one guy we thought for sure was playing may not play. Sean goes on to say there was a lot of positive momentum with Trey Lyles in recent days, as just yesterday he talked about being ready to return to action from his calf strain. Kings downgrading him to questionable is out of an abundance of caution, I'm told. So it still sounds like he's going to play, but if he's sore and you got the rest of the crew, I don't know. What's another game?
Man,
that's kind of how I feel.
That's the one thing I don't like about being in the 10-2 slot is just those injury reports are just flying all over the place. We had interviews, morning injury reports, midday injury reports.
I love it.
Pre-game injury reports, and now all of a sudden it's completely different than the information we just gave you.
Gotta stay on your toes,
ago.
Kyle. Stay on your toes. Okay, before we get out of here, hand you over to the drive guys. Kyle, the line. You want to guess the line? I know we got to get out of here, but you want to guess the line quickly for tonight?
All right, let's go. Kings 4.
You're pretty close. Point spread, Kings 4.5, and that's probably going to change with this news we just got.
Yeah.
So I think it'll probably be Kings 6, and you know what? I hate that. I hate that oh so much. I'm going to go quick because I know we got to go quick. I got the Kings winning. I got another close one, 113-110. Kings do not cover, but if you want to take money line, you can. Kings get the W, but they do not cover the 4.5 or whatever else is going to change going into the game with Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray and Kevin Huerter all playing. Give me the Kings winning, but they do not cover. 111 or 113 to 110.
There you go. We got there. I'm going to go Kings 115 to 112 because that's what I always pick.
There you go. Zach Presley on the Sack Chat saying I'm showing Kings 5.5. Stay. I'm not it's your money, but I wouldn't touch it. Kings get the W, though. Thank you for listening to Allen Stiles Show. Thank you to Kyle. Ledbetter doing a great job, as always. Thank you to the callers, texters, Sack Chatters, Drive Guys up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Until tomorrow, it'll be Friday. Secure the bag. Bite the bean.
Tonight, Kings and Lakers. King Night with Scott